take me home. Don't leave me undone, we don't have to be alone. Just wanna have fun, babe, take me home. Don't leave me undone, we don't have to be alone. So hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Don't have to be lonely. Hold me close like we're not just strangers. Take my hand with life with no danger. Don't have to be lonely tonight. しい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま今夜 Say a prayer for me どうか
させて限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合うと息を二人だけが知る秘密動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね雨上がりたどってこればかりを持って頭の中に響く声見えすいた嘘で似たようなセリフ並べてばかりねからくりなんて甘いだってきっと行く末は同じ素直になんて求めてないって嘘が消えた綺麗にも嘘もいつか愛せるって思ってたのに
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to another wonderful day of APL. I'm Fluke, that's Democasts. Demo to my side, and we're ready to get into what is the third last play day before we get ourselves in towards those big playoffs. Demo, still 9 points on the board, anyone's game.
Yeah, it feels weird that we're nearly at the end, but again, you have to remember it's 8 teams in the league compared to, again, what we're used to inside of NEL, EML, SEL. It's a little bit, different, and that's why there is, of course, less play days. But then, usually, I think playoffs are going to be a bit of a bloodbath because we get to see some of these teams in best of threes. And then, of course, Emmy, don't forget, this time, we have the APAC LAN as well that every single region inside of APAC is going to be involved in. So, for a lot of these teams, even if you get past your regular stage, you then have to go into playoffs, and then you have to go up against the teams outside of your own region. So there is so much siege that these teams have to play this stage.
And there's still so much siege for us to have today, as we have a quick look at where everybody is currently stood. So you've got Elevate. I mean, the words just keep whirring away. There, they have looked so rock solid. Fury as well have been on the up and up, and Daystar, I think, have had a surprisingly decent run. Weibo, a couple of shaky recent play days. They need to try and rebalance themselves. And then, unfortunately, Latent Dragons, SharkLFO are nowhere near clear of SoulsHeart and Rival 7. 7th and 8th will not be making it to. That is your cutoff point for those playoffs. So that is the precious line between 6th and 7th. They want to try to break their way over, Demo.
Yeah, again, I think Elevate being top of the league is expected. Well, maybe, just because I think a lot of people kind of favored Weibo coming into it as the best side in Asia this stage, but Elevate, I think with the roster changes that they've made, I mean, we mentioned it before. The Elevate side, if you actually look at it, that's a team that we would expect to see inside of South America. That's a feasible team that you would see inside of SAL. And they're over here, and they're performing really, really well. I mean, we'll highlight them whenever we get to their game, but some of their players have been outstanding. Resets as well. How they were able to get resets over here is an absolute steal.
I think they said, hey, Resets, do you just want to be the best? And Resets was like, hell yeah, sign me up, because they have been unbelievable. From the get-go, the ace in the first or the second round that they played in this league that you and I cast, and then it just has kept on continually being outstanding. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better transplant in towards a team to try and find their way towards first place. And if you have a look at the games that we have on the board for us later on today, I guess we'll see who has to face them down. Well, a little bit later on in the day, and it's Daystar. But before that, SharkLFO versus Latent Dragons, SoulsHeart versus Fury, and that previous game mentioned, ending with Rival 7 versus Weibo. So a lot of top to bottom battles here, Demo.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be one of those days where I think we could see some pretty quick games, just based on where teams are currently positioned. You kind of look at the Weibo game and you think, they need a bounce back. And that's actually quite an unfortunate thing for Rival 7, because Weibo are going to be out for blood.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's the sort of split of it, right? When you're looking at, as well, the games that teams have ahead of them, Shark, for example, obviously in our opening game here, their games after this, Elevate and Fury. So they really need to get this one locked in on this first game. They need to try and lock it down. And, they've had a couple of decent days. They've had some tight run contests. They've got, obviously, one win under their belt, but it was play days ago now, and an overtime loss. It's the difference, the fine margins of points we talked about before. Obviously, Momo and MC, as you can see, is sort of being the core driver of this team, but they just need to try and find a little bit more across the side of the roster. And similar story for who they're up against in Latent Dragons as well, where again, they've been able to pull one win. It was Latent Dragons' most recent play day. They've got Elevate as well, unfortunately, in their play days after this, Rival 7. So it's still a precious, precious game of this could be a decider right now of whether they're in the top 6 or the bottom 2.
Yeah, and whenever you only have got 3 play days left, these are where the games really, really matter, and you need to start picking up points. Look, I think for both of these sides, this is a big opportunity, because both of these teams will look at each other and think, you know what, we can beat our opponents here. Both of them will think that. So by that logic, we should get a really, really good game. So, in terms of how both the teams have kind of looked, I want to say that I think Latent Dragons has maybe impressed me a little bit more. Just because I think they've had maybe some closer games in there as well. Whereas you kind of look at SharkLFO, there's been a few times for them where I've kind of looked at them and thought, you know, is that it? Is that, you know, is this how you're going about things? I don't know. It's a weird one to call because obviously both of them haven't looked too fantastic. But I don't know. I think I'm just gonna hedge Latent Dragons here, just ever so slightly.
A little bit of hedging on Latent Dragons as we get our steady bans. And as I said, you know, it's a sort of must-win. So where do you want to win? The bank, because there's a lot of money there to be had here. Bank, it's been quite popular across a lot of teams. It's been quite popular there across a lot of regions. If I can get all of my syllables in. How do you think it's going to fare between these two, Demo?
We have seen Bank already this stage being played by SharkLFO, and they did lose it 7-1 to Weibo. Oh, sorry, that was Latent Dragons. No, it wasn't. No, all right. Yeah, they lost at 7-1 up against Weibo. Both of them actually lost 7-1 against Weibo. That's why I looked at the wrong one. That always fills you a little bit of dread. Whenever you beat 7-1 on the map and you're going back to it here today, hopefully they've changed things, but you know, Weibo, remember Reaps kind of just tore them a new one whenever last time they were here?
Yeah. I mean, the thing about how Weibo play as well, and it's obviously a conversation we'll get into deeper a bit later on, is that those were the two games that Weibo won. Both 7-1s, both, you know, all of them having great games. Reap's been off the charts, Turd getting sort of stuck in, and then things drift away on the other two games. So it's sort of a whole longer conversation we'll phrase later. But for now, I guess it's almost, as you said, that fun metric of, okay, well, how do these two teams hit heads against each other? As I said, they've sort of had partially mirrored journeys, both of them on 4 points. You know, there's a difference of rounds lost by 2 between the two of them, -9 to -7. It's narrow margins that sort of separate them. Is this going to be a sort of great all the way back and forth? If any game today will be, it has to be this one, because I still, as I said it a couple of times already, but this will be the last time I promise. This could be the deciding game between who is making playoffs and who isn't, regardless of what else is to come.
Well, if you look at the op bans, it's pretty standard. During APAC North on Saturday, by the way, there was a Bank game, and the bans completely just threw me for a loop, right? Because you know what I'm like. I'm very, you know, I like things done a certain way, right?
Yeah, you're a traditional man, Demo.
Right? Ranged hard breach and Bank, brilliant. Deals with the hatches, stops Cantwell being opened up. Mira and Tub, obviously very strong for hatch play and just general basement. I was watching a Bank game in APAC North. Let's just say I was seeing Smoke to Chanka bans and I was seeing double shield bans. And I was just thinking, absolutely insanity. And then the crazy thing is, you've literally got Tub and Cade open for basement and teams weren't bringing it anyway. So I was out of my comfort zone on Saturday. You missed it.
I'm so sorry that you were out there. And I guess I'm also sorry to James, who had to deal with you. Or
do you know what's crazy? He seen that he was on the game, obviously with me on Bank, and he just said, "Oh yeah, you know, just as you expect that," like as though I'm the crazy one. He just comes to expect this.
He was gaslighting you. He was gaslighting, girl keeping, gate bossing, all of those things. They have their eyes
crash out.
Already round one.
I will say.
Round one, first minute. I've set up the crash out. They're getting themselves eyes on an empty site. It's a hands-off hold here, as is expected. You've obviously got a bit of a swing chance, and the Tachanka playing a long range. They could just pop round the corner as long as stock's under their control and no one's top square, but it seems like that shield Tachanka's playing on is about to try and meet Maker. Can the Flores drone make the distance? Will the jammer stop it? It does.
Nice. Yeah.
And they have the Clash now to support because the Tachanka's role here is pretty vital. They've got that opening behind the desk. They can play this off. The Clash as well, just sort of saying, hey, we know what you want to do and you are not doing it. SharkLFO, at this point, with how much utility is dedicated, you need an alternate. You need an approach elsewhere. They're trying to get the mute jammer gone. They're trying to get the control on towards that Clash shield. There's a little utility being bounced back, but this is it, right? That's 5 players trying to shove a problem. 1 on the window repel, now 2. At this point, they haven't really made any ground elsewhere. The Dockerby is off on the run on the races down towards the lobby, going to try and get themselves in on towards the back, draw some attention elsewhere, because otherwise you're just hitting yourself against the brick wall there. Demo swinging on the back of the Candelas, does get the first. And they're going for the plant in the meantime. They're just trying to smash and grab it. There's the second. Macy, we said they're important before, and they've got the 2 kills to cover the kit. Now the clash, hot-footing it back towards the plant, but there's that player from round the back I talked about as well. There's Momo getting one more, and oh no, Latent Dragons just caught blatantly sleeping here. And SharkLFO, I said they needed a strike on the back, and it worked pretty optimally there alongside the just smash in on towards the banana windows. Too much dedication to thinking they won't change, Latent Dragons. You've got to move.
Wow. That round went not as expected, considering how it began. You look at the lineup from the attackers, no nades. And obviously that's, fantastic if you are a Clash. Not having to deal with nades where you can maybe lose your shield or obviously get pushed out and just die. So not having to deal with that is just absolute freebie for the Clash. You're going to sit, lock down top square, which obviously we've seen that's what happened. And at that point for SharkLFO, somebody just needs to make a play. And Macy made the play. Just yings himself in. That connector, I call it kind of the double windows kind of connector, that kind of little bit that leads into banana. That is usually castled off. And that actually sometimes plays in the favor of the attackers because it gives you a free repel. It blocks off anyone killing you from meeting, which is traditionally where you'd get killed from.
I hate this hatch. I'm related to
again, he still has to get the kill. That's the main thing. You have to go and win your fight against the player who will be inside a banana. And he done that. And then from there, the whole site just opens up. So it really just comes down to one person making a play and getting a skill. Simple as that.
I mean, there's a famous saying that you like, Demo. You make the play. Well,
if you say it, you owe me money. So be careful what you say here.
You make the play.
That's been copyrighted.
The play. You make it.
And they were doing Milos was just trying to do an impression of me last night in the email desk as well.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Again. That bloody pillow. Oh, it's just horrendous.
Oh, the pillow. Milos
he just
has many
He can't do my voice. He can't do my voice. Well, nobody can do my voice. That's
the sort of step up. He has many talents. Impressions isn't one of them. So he does.
His Tim's funny because it's horrendous, but it's funny.
Yeah. His Tim. Well, all of his impressions sound slightly the same. Ooh, that was just a bit of attention grabbing that. Yeah, it was never the real threat. I said I hate the hatch, but Songla hates KZB.
That's a good pinch. Very good pinch. Perfect. Blackbeard in, gets the info, Amy. Opening pick. Yeah, exactly what you're after here.
Well, I'll talk about the hatch in a second. We've got quick pressure around. There's no pressure elsewhere. Are they just going to send it here? The Raura wants to maybe get itself on towards the door and separating them. Again, this is the moment of Latent Dragons where I'm like, you've got to change things up. They're using that to get rid of the hatch and the stuff on top of it. So the Raura door was just sort of prepped up on towards box. I'm not sure if they wanted to play against the... there was an Aruna Gate on it as well, and they're playing that game and wasting time, but it's a clever adaptation there if the Aruna Gate was the cost, because, well, you've only got a limited amount of pocket utility and time more than anything.
Yeah, just fearing the potential Cade, I think that was the main reason why they went for that, but they didn't need to, no Cade being brought.
Now, as they get themselves pressure on towards server side, they've pretty quickly and clearly, and in some ways cleanly, removed Latent Dragons. The question is, where are they going to try and stick this kit right now? You can still see that they're running the numbers. Latent Dragons have peeled themselves back, and they're almost finding a fight here. At the bottom of the stairs, the shotgun got itself ready for the swing round. The grenade bounces out, and the smoke bounces right back, but not quite enough to catch them now. The drop on towards the opposite side. They have the default plant open, and it's currently entirely on fire, so the pressure has to come from elsewhere on towards the top of the hatch as the smoke canister starts to hit, but it's down to this player, Songla, to see if they can try and draw this focus away. Maybe they'll just have to take the hot drop and go for the fight. You can see they're itching for it. They're watching, waiting, commiserating either side as the kit starts to be confirmed there in and amongst the smoke canisters. They're taking a lot of damage, but they should just be able to get it there. Only blimmin' just. But the cover came through at the end. Fine margin, though, for that kit.
Well, that was almost the kind of steal there for the defense, but nope, the attacker's still getting it over the board. You give that first pick and you just see the outcome, isn't it? You know, really, I think for that basement. I mean, even if you think about how that first kill happened, yeah? There's one guy by himself in open area, and that was it. I feel in Bank, you're either going to just 5-man turtle, okay? Bring in all the denial that you can. Or if you are going to go for the roam game, you actually have more than just one guy tossing about. Send more roamers upstairs in open area. Use some fortification operators as Zami's open. Get Zami up in open area. You see great things be done with that operator. Just basic kind of stuff, I think. And yeah, you're getting punished because of that.
So why I hate that hatch, if I can come back to it.
Yes.
It is the least structurally congruent thing on any of the maps. I know people are always like, there's only one bar from one cafe. There's only one. Why is there a hatch that leads directly into the vault of this bank? Who designed that? As in, within this universe? Who was like, I know what this vault needs? A wooden hatch directly above it. In the lobby. Right by the front door. Nice C4.
We actually had an Oryx flank up that hatch as well on Saturday. That was pretty big.
Wow. Did it work?
It did. He got the kill on the flank.
There you go.
And he actually flanked like a minute 30 as well, so it was like such an early flank and he just created chaos.
I love that. I mean, it's always one of those maps where it's like, people can try Oryx on a lot of different maps. There's maybe like 2 where you're like, yeah, there's great synergy for hatches here. There's great play.
Yeah.
This is one of them.
I mean, I think, you know, for Bank, you know, for defense, always have to try and harass the attackers, because obviously Bank is like one of those, especially for basement, it's like one of those, okay, 3, 2, 1, go, isn't it? It's the execution kind of bomb site that you look. And I think for a lot of teams in the defense, that's where they get it wrong. A lot of teams sometimes just kind of sit back and they don't want to try and, you know, take the initiative against the attackers. You know, I think disruption is a massive, massive part. If you can take away one operator with a lot of util on the basement executes for the attackers, it really does cook them. Like, if you're able to take like a Ying or a Grim off the board, it's massive in the grand scheme of things. And that's why I think defenders somewhat struggle on Bank, is because of that. You get more aggro.
Well, talking of aggro, there's the first time the opening killer's gone away from them this time, but they're already inside the site and trying to find just a second of safety. There's at least one more traded out, but with these eyes and this focus across, there needs to be something here from Latent Dragons. They're concerned. One wrong step and you're going to get caught out, but there's a catch. There goes one. There goes one right back, though. They're keeping themselves toe-to-toe here and blow for blow, but there is not a lot of health on that ram above, so there's suddenly 2 more drop. To that ram, my word. Who cares if they have no health? They're going to take it from you anyway. He's just KZB trying to get a clean first engagement here. Does find a pocket. But in 1 versus 2, and they seem to have a decent idea on where they are. There's just a little tucked bit of motion. That could be huge, depending on if they know if they've slipped through this space or not. If they're still on the other side of quad wall, the flash comes through, the player drops out, gone. They saw it, they know about it, and they're hitting the dig up to try and get it done. Now they have time to get this plant. And they should get it pretty cleanly off. It's almost a reset moment. What do you do here as KZB? You hit the beepers, do you try and find a way around? You're already on cam, you're already well revealed, and you're already just a scratch away. Gets a bite out of Momo, but now they're in square. Oh, it's a trade as well. And the Dokkaebi was hacking cams. I mean, great cover, Docker.
Yeah, good job. I mean, that just comes down to one guy jumping in copy window. You know, Macy again just has to make the play. You know, they lose the Thermite. How on earth Jackie has been able just to waddle in the kitchen quad wall, you know, is absolutely insane. And it's because Latent Dragons, everyone was off site. There was probably, what, 1 guy in open area, and that was it. They were all in towards tellers and archives, but, I mean, if you're leaving gaps like that, of course teams are going to expose you for that. You know, Macy jumping in copy window, nobody contesting. It's absolutely absurd. You need people in the site. Just that site was way too open. pardon the pun, it is open area, but it shouldn't play like that.
You shouldn't live up to that. You shouldn't
Don't
aspire
live
for
up to the
that.
name.
It's also worth sort of saying up to that point as well, the timeout makes entire sense because, yeah, you have, one player that's on 5 kills. They got, I think most of those, they got a 4K in that last round. Up until that round, you had 2-3 kills across the opening 2 rounds as well. And the first was sort of blindsided. The second was a bit of back and forth, and you almost stopped the plant, but you didn't. And it was an early opening kill to lose. And here it just feels like SharkLFO living up to the name, that they're dangerous, they're quick, they're very mobile. More than anything as well, they keep trying to find new opportunities. They're happy to just see the site and go, yep, that's ours now. And at this point, Latent Dragons need to try and find a way to just slow the roll in here. As we get what is Grim, Sense, Blitz, and an Ash. Starting to get an impression of what this might be, Demo.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Usually the way this is used is the Aurora will just shut down a lot of the kind of window angles. So like I mentioned before, the same fashion as the connector double windows. Whenever those are castled off, like I said, it just gives it an easy swing in. You can do something very similar if you just Aurora both of them off. An operator that I think has actually seen quite a lot of play. Like I think we've seen a fair few bit of off Aurora action as well last night from EML. And the reason why I say we've seen a lot is because every single time Des just sits there and just cannot say the name properly. Have you ever heard Des try to say Aurora? Have you heard?
No, I haven't, but now I want to.
Oh, you need to go. He sits there and goes like rah rah rah. Like honestly, just I had to get a new monitor because of him.
The weird thing is, Des was like a big emo boy. And they always said RAR XD, so I think that's why.
That's why he was saying it. That's
why
literally
he was
what
saying
you just
it.
said. That's what he's doing.
Yeah. He can't get over his heritage of My Chemical Romance and selfies with a grayscale filter. They're trying to make them blind on the site, get some coverage here. They've obviously got a bit of an earlier approach on towards the opposite end, but look at the lineup here from the side of Latent Dragons. You've got the Fenrir, you've got the Legion, you've got everything to try and be aware of how they approached last time. And the Fenrir is actually off on a bit of their jollies underneath. Just gonna wait, maybe try and swing up as the player comes in on the window as they did last time. Hope they go for the same. There's pressure on towards it. If they can get a lucky pick here, it'd be pretty big. But as the drone starts to roll out, and I think that was a bit of a fear preempt there. Sprayed it down and got out of there. It does going to put the fear back in. The Grim now doesn't want to hit it because the Blitz is hitting spiral stairs anyway. All the way up, removing the goo mine, and they don't need to push just yet. Well, that might help them though. The light wall rolls out, the door goes down, and now this gives them a bit of a straight shoot right through. They're spraying through, hoping to get a catch. There's at least a trade out, but it's actually the player inside that wins it. So now, as another one falls, the Blitz has entirely got themselves stuck. Does get one. And the castle barricade will actually help them for a split second, but they're currently on the wrong side, stuck in a bit of a box, and need some support to come through from either of the other two onto the windows or not. The pistol can't quite get the connection here. There needs to be something. This next engagement is integral towards the progression of this round. Latent Dragons, they just need to hold on. And, well, that's a great way of doing it. Gets one, gets the spray onto the next. The Blitz is having to hunt, break their way across. They're going deep and deeper, but there's at least one back, and Latent Dragons finally find their first.
Yeah, finally get there. Weird approach. I mean, you could see the idea. It was getting up through Spiral, using the shield, having the sense to block off that strong angle over towards Elevator. I don't know, it maybe feels a little bit overkill. Like, really, the sense is that needed? Could he not just smoke it off himself as the Blitz?
Yep.
Like, do you need the sense in that? I mean, even another thing that I like to do is if you push the shield up through Spiral, you can actually have somebody rappel down the Spider-Man rappel, one of the skylights, and just kill the players in the elevator if they try and swing you. Like, that's another thing that happens. Well, not in the elevator per se, but if they're coming from elevator hallway, the guy in Spider-Man rappel can kill them. And I can also kill the guy inside of the front office too. So that's a position that I'm surprised has not been utilized there for that kind of take. I think it's just such a freebie. You get so many kills from doing it. Everyone's so focused on killing the blitz. The last thing you're expecting is see this little head just poking down from the, the skylight. Yeah. So it's just a little bit something I think maybe they could have changed in their play there if they wanted to go for the spiral. It's a little bit of overkill. I mean, if you looked at the lineup, I thought it was going to be like a fast take into CEO, and then maybe send the blitz in via janitor to test anyone who may be there with the denial. And there wasn't like a massive amount of denial. There was a smoke, and that was it. There was no C4s. So really, if you just sense that entire area, just that whole bomb site, really, what could have stopped them there? Nothing.
I think when they hit the top of the stairs as well, they seemed a little bit unsure of what they wanted to do.
Very slow for that lineup. It was very, very slow, I thought.
You had the blitz that, the Ryra door goes up. They've already rolled the light wall through, and then they'd sort of just try and move around and start spraying, and then somebody stays behind and half holds it. And it was just a lot of steps, whereas something decisive probably would have once again rocked Latent Dragon's world. And well, it seems like they want to try and move away. I think they've realized the game that's been realized here, and remember how close to the wire this site was last time. If this is something that is slowed once again as the Monty is being surrounded here on beepers, I'm a bit lost what the Monty was trying to achieve there, other than giving them the kits.
That's a bit of a troll, if I've ever seen one. Kill does come back in. But, yeah, without that Monty now, how are they going to plant safely? Yes, they have an Ossa, but Ossa's job in this attack is not going to be plant-orientated. It's going to be covering the cutoff point. So if they get themselves in towards garage and can set up behind the shield, then you'll see that they can basically just lock down all of Red Hall, because it's actually been opened fully to him as well. Like, I mean, this is exactly where you want to be as the Ossa, but it's about who's going to plant. That's going to be the main issue for them.
I mean, Hinton obviously having an early death there and losing the Monty is one thing, but now suddenly you've lost the smoke. Kaysan really hasn't been able to get themselves connected with this game as well, and they're playing such integral operators, especially for a site like this. Yes, you've obviously still probably got those Goyo canisters up and down and maybe seconds away from the next engagement, but 50 seconds, you think of the deciding factors. You think of how close it was before, and also how they look a little bit lost. They're still trying to run the numbers here. The hatch itself still solid with a Goyo canister on it above the site itself, and with only 37 seconds you're thinking, okay, well, we don't have the verticality to try and watch the other side, so we cannot really push the server side. We have to send here on towards the vault angle. The grenade will just bounce out, force some pressure, but they're round to his right hand side, and there's just an easy sort of drive through, sprays into the next. Instead they are just sending it inside the site and hoping the cover and the trust comes through, but as a Goyo canister gets a kill on towards one more. Again, no one has the kit currently in hand here, Demo. They're waiting for fire to pass. It's picked up. But again, as far as I know, the hatch is still solid. They can't watch this from above. There's just a single C4 over the top, and almost a bit of just traded errors here back and forth, Demo.
Yeah, just think that the plant was always going to be the issue. You lose that Monty first and, trying to go through that, but really weird round again. Like, from my eyes, I thought SharkLFO were in like the prime position, especially with where that Ossa is. Ossa sat in that pause with nothing really going to contest it, right? There's nothing that's going to contest that shield. No impacts. I don't think we're in a position to be used. That should just be the easiest server take off your life. But you lose that Monty. All the other attackers are so scared of walking into that bomb site now all of a sudden, aren't they? Nobody really wants to go for the plant. One player tried, got Goyoed. Next player tried, got C4'd. Just... yeah, it's one of them. You give away a foolish kill right from the get-go on such a strong operator. I've harped on about it plenty of times. This is by far Monty's best map in the game. Not even close. He is brilliant for every single bomb site, every single execute. He is phenomenal. And you let him go immediately is such a waste.
I think it's also let him go in the manner that he was gone. He was alone on the other side of Beepers. There was at least 3 defenders.
He thinks he's Blackbeard. He thinks he's not Blackbeard. I don't know if he got the memo.
Different guy. One of them's French. The other one, isn't. It's crazy. America. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, again, the sort of limitations on what they had for that approach as well, going for the server plan, as I said, it's still doable and it's still possible with what they had. They had to be so locked in on towards it, and it's still that sort of wishy-washy, not sure, are we going, are we not, are we sort of making this confirmed, or are we lost in the sort of mist of it all? Mm-hmm. And it leads to that. It leads to single players, one at a time, setting themselves up. It still came down to a 1 versus 1. I wasn't really screaming about it because I didn't think it would end that way, but it was closer than it probably should have been at the end. And here.
Oh, yeah, this is good. Yeah. Oh. See, the thing about Blackbeard is he is so good at just repelling into those windows because obviously he has the shield in front of him. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't do that. Nah, I need to get in there and teach them shields. That's not how
Stop
you do
the game.
that.
Stop the game.
Oh, my word. Yeah, he's flashed himself.
What has
Jackie.
happened? Where is this team from the opening 3 rounds?
What's going on?
I truly am a bit lost. It felt like the longer this half has gone on, they've just forgotten more and more about Siege. It's like those
Why
paintings.
is he doing this?
Yeah.
You have a gun! You have a gun! Here's the gun!
You have a gun. You have a gun. Without an esports drone skin.
No. You have a gun.
You have a gun, use the gun. I mean, yeah, it's like, you know, when artists who are sort of getting older and older and they get them to keep painting like a self-portrait and it gets less and less detailed and vaguer as they age. That's how their attack rounds felt. In the first 3, it was so sharp. There was detail.
It's like the third film in the trilogy.
Yeah.
Big drop off.
Just problems. Anyway, suddenly we're in an even game. From what was, a 4K from one player, and then 2 other players had 2 kills in the opening 3 rounds, to a flawless end.
Yeah.
An unbelievable swap round. The opening kills as well is 4 in the favor of Latent Dragons. They've been able to get themselves some control here, and I don't know, it's just this weird sort of place we're in, because you look at what Kaysan got their first kill, Gundam I think got their first kill last round. Both of them were struggling to get into it. They were helped massively by KZB and Momo, who have just been sort of driving Latent Dragons, and is that going to be a bit of a haunting problem? We talked about how there's been almost the opposite side of that. If you look at the stats of these 2 teams coming into this, SharkLFO, they've had a couple of big sort of pop-off players, getting things locked in and keeping the team fighting. Latent Dragons, they didn't quite have that, but they were all sort of close together. Been a turn of favor on towards this as we get into the other half. Ying and Capitao gone alongside Castle and Caillou.
Yeah, so a little bit different than what we've seen previously. We've got, obviously, site execution orientated operators gone, that being the Ying and the Capitao. Phenomenal whenever you think about that basement and how that top floor plays out. You look at the side of the defender bands, we've got a Cade and a Castle. Cade, obviously, you know, exceptional for that basement. If you can combo him with the tub, of course, Cade and tub and hatches. Always a nightmare unless you're willing to bring a Maverick in 24/7. And then also the Castle, which is going to be really good for this top floor. You know, we always talk about the top floor. It's all about the window gameplay. And if you don't have the windows, you know, the Castle often sits safely behind, it's going to be a bit of an issue. That's nice. A little bit of an Amaru inside of dirt. Typically an operator we see flying through windows. No, in the tunnels.
I mean, it was a really strange fight. And Valkyrie lurking down there is common. You know, them sort of trying to get themselves there and finding an engagement. I think maybe the Valkyrie was just in the wrong position, got droned out. I love the full send energy of Momo there. They even baited out the C4. You do wonder what Hinjin was trying to do. Maybe just like be like, haha, I've left. And it's like, I'm still going to check this with my shotgun.
Yep.
You did. And, you know.
He makes so much noise, like he probes, like you can hear that so easily, you know, the way the sound works now. So, and that was the issue for it. It's all well and good using the C4 to bait, but you're making all that noise, what's the point?
Now, they've obviously lost the Valkyrie. They've lost anybody underneath. There's a lot of time. for Momo to try and just operate their way around, use the shotgun to do exactly this. Make things
really
like
nice.
the line onto janitors problematic to play. They could even put the pressure onto the hatch if they wanted. It's a long fight Macy's trying to find here. They're caught between a lot of potential fights, and it's a very sticky position to play without direct support, and direct support might be coming round. Jackie does get the jump out onto one before it's traded. Does remove the sense though, Demo.
Yeah, it's a pretty good pick. But whenever you're still losing bodies, though, really means very little in the grand scheme of things. And yeah, that's down to Macy and Momo. See if they can step up and go for the clutch. But just think this pressure, this little backstab coming in from Square. You can see it's just dragging Momo out of his position. You know, he has to try and watch two angles. One in front of him, one behind him. It's not favorable right now for Momo.
Yeah, he's about to get a pinch either way. He might try and lead the fight out, and it's a swing through. Does survive the first. Scratch and gets the second, but it's actually traded. Did everything he could to hold on, but with 15 seconds, well, Macy could do something monumental. Doesn't get the slip on the first. They actually step back into it, because why not? Cement the end of the round with a kill like that, and you get yourself locked in. The teammate dies in the engagement, fine. But it's a round win, and Latent Dragons 4 rounds in a row now leading this map and this game.
That's pretty good. Pretty good start. I mean, the approach was just slow and steady. Obviously, picking off that roamer early on, it gives them just the majority of the map control. There's nobody else kind of ratting around downstairs. Everyone was just sat upstairs trying to play with the mirror windows, but just the picks came in, you know, one by one by one. You have that massive man advantage. You start using that advantage really well. The way that they're able to have that guy pushing in for his square and applying, just that little bit of a backstab into the player inside of janitor behind the mirror window. It just makes life so easy for the team to play on those windows safely. You know, 3-2-1 it. You know, you get that guy at janitors. Yeah, it just floods. You know, the dam's broke. So yeah, Latent Dragons. Looking good for them. 4 rounds in a row. SharkLFO need to do something because the game is starting to slip. I mean, it has slipped. I mean, they're losing now. The game slipped.
Oh, 100%. It's, as I said, it's a degradation. It's just they've taken a step down. They've taken another step down. Problems are happening. Mistakes are happening, which makes those problems feel worse than they're happening, and they're in a spiral, and you have to find a way to stop it. You can't just try and fight your way through, especially with how in control you were. Latent Dragons, credit to them, first 3 rounds went away from them. They took a timeout. They talked about their problems. They've been gifted a couple of nice moments, fine, but you cannot deny that they have started to take moments, which was entirely a missing factor before. And as we go into a quick tech pause, they'll have a moment to sit, to think, to enjoy. I'll probably not enjoy it. It's probably quite tense for them. What would you do if you're a player in this situation? Playing a game. Tech pause for a couple minutes. Where do you go?
Well, if I'm winning or losing, that's the real question.
Alright, you're winning.
Oh, chill. Chill vibes.
Okay. You're losing.
Lock in. Now.
You heard it here first. Look at that hat. I hate that hat. It's almost like this is designed to be a video game and not a real operating bank.
No.
Which is crazy. Crazy.
Prestige National Bank.
There is something funny as well, because obviously those barricades have gone up. Right, and everything's very uniform. Those sort of wooden barricades. Makes sense. Video game. But imagine if that was like a calling card of whoever was taking control of these buildings. Or it's just a thing in this world where, like, instead of doors, there are no doors in this universe.
No, what? Is it?
There's not a single door on it. I'm trying to think if there's like big external decorative doors on any of them. Maybe on cafe?
That's a door.
That's a door. Technically, that door and the car doors are the only doors that exist in this universe. Whatever universe Tom Clancy has created.
See, the fact that you've mentioned doors, you've hit me with like a flashback from what the jolly green giant used to say.
Oh yeah.
Is there more doors or wheels in the world? And I'd be sitting there thinking, what are you on?
I am now going to be unable to stop
Yep.
thinking about the amount of doors that exist in this
He
world.
does that.
But there are also there's windows. Window panes exist because you always, even if a window is barricaded, you smash a window. Just no doors. I love the sound of that gun.
It is a nightmare that it rotates that gun, by the way. It's
a
so
no.
long.
Yeah. I love specifically just the sound of that gun.
Yeah. I've actually played quite a lot of Denari so far this season.
Yeah.
And I generally think my verdict is he's all right. Best way to put it. I don't think the gadget is crazy. Plenty of counters to it. You know, nades, EMPs. You know, pretty simple to deal with. But it is just very nice. Like, it's really good just to stop like quick rushes and really good against shields as well.
Well, talking of shields and talking about quick rushes, there's an only smoke canister. It's a good pull. Actually, from the side of the attackers, getting rid of a smoke canister in the opening 30 seconds in the exchange for what was an E1D fine.
Is hatch shut? Is hatch open?
It's...
Okay, that's good. That's really good for the defense, because if you reinforce that hatch, you're basically saying, come and take server.
Yep.
Like, it's good that they have that open now. If that hatch gets opened up later on, it will apply so much pressure to those players inside of server, which is obviously where they're going.
Well, this is it. So now they're inside server. Jackie's going to pull back, and he hopes the support can come over the top. You can see Denari making their way slowly and steadily towards it. They've obviously got the option to open it up. The hatches above are still open. So the Monty, yeah, you can tuck yourself in here, but surely there'll be some awareness to try and stop this. They've pushed deeper and deeper in. They're still pinging it, and it's almost this moment of like, okay, this feels too good to be true. And there's Momo getting the Monty, drifting their way across the glass, trying to get the cover either side of the Monty, who's sort of dibbing and dabbing either side of the fight. Pushed back towards gold. There goes Jackie. The smoke is gone, and the Monty is toe-to-toe with an Echo, who does get knocked down, and it's back and forth, though. Just the Monty left. Again, another shield. It was a perfectly pulled back plan there. Shark just swooped their way back in. They said, come on in, the water's fine. And oh no, Demo, the water wasn't fine. It was full of sharks.
I genuinely thought that was looking really good for Latent Dragons, and then it wasn't.
There was a moment.
I actually thought that was really good. You know, you see tons of players upstairs. Just walk deep, start challenging onto the smoke, challenging onto the Echo. Your Glaz was in the perfect pause as well, you know, inside of Garage to lock down that red hall. I mean, in my eyes, the Monty did his job really well. Like, I have to give credit to the Monty, right? Able to push deep in, give all that information, 1v1 the Echo and win. Smoke and Echo are gone, right? Everyone else just lost their engagements, and he's by himself. You know, that's literally what it comes down to. Monty did his job, I thought. But the rest of his team, I don't know what they were doing. I really don't.
I think the really good read there, especially by the Monty, as I said, they were baiting them into server. They were saying, yeah, take it. No, you can plant there. It's fine. Go for it. And the Monty went, I'm not falling for this. Oops, Hinge accidentally pressed the wrong button there. The Monty said, I'm not falling for this. And that's what you have to do in that response, because you're sort of double shaking their bluff, right? You're realizing they want us to stop here. They're saying the site's free, so let's keep pushing on. Let's not give them this opportunity. But as you said, it comes down to winning the fights, because you're expecting fights now behind you. That's the trade-off of that incident. And they just couldn't quite get them one out. Being the Monty player and removing your two big threats of an Echo and a smoke and losing the round must be so frustrating. Macy, flipping their way towards the elevator. They're able to tuck themselves neatly away. That's 2 early pops of E1D, and they do get a kill out of it. Oh.
Yeah. Again, this Monty, I'm telling you, this is by far and away just where he excels. Going up spiral is such a classic. Should get the info onto the cap gun, I hope so. You have to check the elevator, you have to.
Oh, you have to.
Come on, Momo. Don't let us down.
If you don't check elevator, you're trolling.
Oh, please.
Come on. Hey,
Yes.
you did. Yeah, I mean,
That's good info.
yeah. There's a drone rolling around as well. It sounds like a keeper's gone up, so they're trying to hold onto the corridor itself and just give some stretch and pressure. They're buying an escape route, theoretically, but also maybe thinking, well, could we apply some pressure here? Pressure's about to come back round. There's a trade out on the back. The grenade will force the motion, and there's the pickup. Easy and very well manipulated play. Now the spray over the top. The Monty still doing their job super well. We talked about needing to teach Shields how to play demo. This Monty player has definitely picked up some lessons and watch your YouTube tutorials, because they have just been a perfect asset to driving towards the rest of the team right now. They have the man advantage. They have a minute. Can they try and do something with it?
Now it's done with the shield, and the fact that he's still alive on more or less full health, in me is full health, then yeah, should be a pretty easy execute. And just check your angles. Oh well. Uh-oh. I mean,
Oops.
why? Like, how can he be so good at one point and then just do that? There we
So when
go.
I said
At
he
least that's the
checked
trade
your,
anyway.
when I said he checked your tutorials, he hadn't watched all of them.
No,
He's on the
got
first
up
couple.
the elevator portion. He
He's
didn't
make-
see what to do next.
Yeah, he paused the video at that point because he had to come and play this game. Yeah, and oops, they do still keep the man advantage, and now they get to double down on it. You know why they had the risk, but with 10 seconds and a bold play, if they can catch this, there's one. Oh, that was so many options, but they knew exactly where he was.
Oh, just about get it over the line. Almost a loss there, just off the blunder of the Monty, but thankfully players were in a position to get that trade. And great work in that opening period there for the Monty. I will say, though, that opening death, we have to come back to that. How he's just run around lobby within the first 30 seconds and expecting not to be killed, pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That's that's where the problem started for me, I think, is just Pinjin. I just feel as though he's died very foolishly. This game, just in general, there's been a lot of deaths where he's just, just dead. And you think, how are you dying there?
And then you're typing bot in all chat.
Yeah.
There is something funny about it, because obviously we cut to the Monty just stood over them. Just imagining that of just bot. There, just the sort of exchanged on towards the planter as well. If they'd have got that and then ducked, there's almost this 1 in a million chance they could have won that round out as well, but 5-4. As I said, it was always going to sort of be a brawl, this game. Of all the games that we have today, it kind of has to be. As I mentioned at the start of this, you're looking at the 5th and 6th place teams. You're looking at them only being 1 point ahead of the drop zone, the danger zone. You're looking at them, there's 6 potential points to be played for after today, so not counting the 3 from the day. So neither of them want OT on this, because Shark, after this playday, have Elevate and Fury. Latent Dragons have the slightly easier time, but the slightly easier time is Arrival 7 and Elevate. So you still got a day there where you're like, we could probably write off 3 points, demo.
Just think in a big game like this, you need to go for that. You need to go for it. You
have
need
to.
all 3 points if you want to, assert yourself in that top 6. And obviously, like I said before the game, just with that 7-1 hammering that SharkLFO had received from Weibo in the first playday, you know that they have round losses in them. Because if you're losing in that fashion, where like that bank game wasn't even a fight. Like it was literally one guy stuck in a corner and the other guy just taking headshots the entire time. It's I'm surprised we didn't get in there and call it off. But hey, we don't make
tried.
the rules. We're just the commentators.
we tried. We threw towels. I was throwing towels at my screen, begging.
We threw the towels and they threw and literally Weibo threw the towels back us and it was covered in red.
Yeah.
That was the issue.
It was like, oh, thanks for giving. We worked up a very mild sweat doing that.
He had the cleanest hands and it just comes back just blood.
Like the Simpsons. Stop! He's already dead.
Yeah. So we know they have round losses in them based on that, and I think we're seeing that here, aren't we? It's again the same kind of issues I think that we've seen in that first game on Bank, where some of the rounds, they just don't even look as though they're putting up a fight.
No. Here, a lot of pressure on towards stock, but we've also had a lot of time gone and not a lot of presence made inside the map itself. Yeah, they're still getting pressure. They're getting Kanto wall open. They're putting some shots on towards the keeper barricades, and they're knocking on the wall itself of getting the breach open. But that isn't the main thing you have to clear out. Top square isn't the biggest part of this puzzle. It's the position on janitors, it's the position on towards banana, it's the position on towards the back end of this, where they have their hold. And at this point, nobody has really been forced out of that. With 50 seconds, SharkLFO are keeping their cards much closer towards their chest. Now, breach in the break happens. They're just spraying some shots across the bow on towards janitors and trying to find a route in. The light walls start to roll their way through. It itself is still concerned. If it drops now and has to be recollected on those windows demo... Oh, well, it doesn't actually, because it's inside. I was in the wrong place. There's at least one, but you still
below.
Have to get in, and that's it. The C4's below. 20 seconds. If this goes down, the players start to swing in. One of them's still on the windows. One of them pressure on top square, and they need to make a move. But it's 2 kills instantly out against them. There goes the drive. There's the miss C4, but they're on vertical. Injin could get a very easy pickup, but he's gone the wrong way and the long way around here, hoping they're gone the default. Just misses the rotator, the next player, but they get the plant down, and there's somehow a win inside the site. 1 versus 1. Momo on such a small amount of health. Macy, is he going to stick it? He's holding on.
He is.
He's going to hold it all the way, Demo.
Long angle. Going to be covered by that cabinet. See, the Ace just didn't think he was going to stick it. He didn't know that plant position well enough. You know, I think he thought that... I think... He probably thought, the way the thermite's planted, I should always be able to cover that from square. Every single time. But no, there was just that little bit of a long angle. Macy knows it very, very well, that he can just stick that. The guy has to just full charge at him. So yeah, Macy made the correct play. Just stick it. He runs that. You'll hear that from a mile away. You can't really fake that because of just the distance between the bomb and where he is. But another just scrappy round, and I think for Latent Dragons, probably time just got away from them there. You know, just didn't really do anything for about 2 minutes worth. And then they finally went in for the execute, but... You know, just a hard-placed 1v1, but I kind of think they made it difficult for themselves. Definitely could have picked up the pace there, but nope. That's how it goes. 5-5. This is a big round. Who's going to get the first point secured?
Attackers must locate and
I mean, it's so massive. You can't sort of talk about how important this game is and how much fight there is between these two teams. At this point, 2-star players either side. Macy and Momo, they've had one versus one. Doesn't feel right without it being longer. A proper sort of showdown. Pretty big here. There's a slow on a smoke. They find themselves waiting. Holding on. Sort of baiting on towards the pressure. It's heavy focus on server. And all of this stacked utility is just going to make this more and more problematic. They've read it well and the smoke is out of there. And both players are. Bought themselves a minute. Tossed it a bit of utility.
I don't think they had the Goyo last time in their lineup, so... This is going to make things even more difficult, I think, for Latent Dragons, is now dealing with the triple threat of plant denial. Got the Chanka Smoke and the Goyo. So time is of the essence. You have to burn through this, like, rapid.
Oh,
They're doing a good job at it, getting Goyos here, but... Still, it's just the Chanka and the Smoke, and yes, I know that Dez has had, like, massive kind of mega threats about the Chanka, and he's not a fan. The Chanka is so good for this site. I don't think Dez realizes just how oppressive it is. Like, you can block off just crazy amount of angles, especially onto that default. You can't do anything against it. Just the time is nuts.
Oh yeah, a well-practiced Tachanka can not only open everything you need here, but then deny a lot. You can deny mobility. You can deny adaptation on a plant. That's the most important part.
We know Dez doesn't plan his stacks, because he just, if he's made that thread, he has no idea what it's like. I know all too well. It's not fun.
And now, with 50 seconds left and eyes on towards the plant, they're going to see if they can try and drop themselves in. Think of everybody on the board. Think of that at least only C4 as the long-range denial alongside the Tachanka, though, and they're going to see if they can try and make this stick. Momo with the kit. Could be a bit of a missed moment here. You kind of want the blitz to charge around the corner and put some pressure on. Instead, they're going to hope the shield is enough, but with the cover going through and what's going to try and stop them, it's not bullets that will end this.
Didn't go on.
Towards the side, there it is, the cover. There's an easy pickup, and now there is a kit in fire. 20 seconds. And though the smoke didn't go off because of a very well-placed moment with the tubber out there, can they even really get there in time? There's the spray through. They do get one, traded out immediately, but it is back and forth now with a huge swing and a bit of hope there round onto the back. Okay. Only one left. But, I mean, the execute just sort of couldn't find a pocket of space.
Yeah, because you got all that denial. You've got the Tachanka. But hey, sure, Tachanka's not very good, according to some people. Sorry, I'm taking jabs for no reason here. It's just funny.
It's just early.
It's just that I just seen that Fred from Dez the other day, and bro, no, he's so good. Like, it's so oppressive. Like, you cannot plant default server because it's not as though Tachanka on his own is like crazy, because it's not. It's the fact that you have to go through the smoke and the Goyo and then the Tachanka sitting in the back. It's the fact that you have to go through the other two before you get to him. That's what makes him crazy. Is you've got 3 options for plant denial. And he's usually the third option, isn't he? You know, you think about those 3 operators, Tachanka would be the least seen out of the 3. But certainly map like Bank, yeah, really, really good. You seen the idea was drop the hatch and then go for like an off-site plant position, which was up on the CC desk in the corner. So there's a couple of things. One, the smoke was tossed in, but it got eaten up by an ADS, so the smoke didn't pop. So it meant he just dry dropped the hatch and was just so open. Then 2, did you notice that the Tachanka also had lineups to cover that plant as well?
Oh yeah, they were set. They had everything, and I think that was almost the moment, right? That's why I want Momo and the blitz to drop in and put pressure on towards that corridor. That's why I sort of want them, because you're sending it in this sort of engagement. You're sending it against, yeah, we've got the idea of all the utility that is on the board, but I don't know. It puts Shark now in this situation of they have the potential of 3 points, and all that pressure is on the side of Latent Dragons. All that pressure is there loosed immediately. Momo isn't waiting around or wasting around. They've got themselves towards the top of the square. Sprinted their way across and wait for the rest of the team to catch up at this point. There's some sort of pressure, some sort of eyes either side and some control of the site, but the longer Momo's here, it's not really gaining anything other than the chance someone drifts into the way. Jackie's obviously slowly trying to move their way up, and they're hoping for an engagement here, but they don't massively need to feed into one right now.
The big issue with Latent Dragons' pass to attack has just been time. You know, and the way things have kind of started here, Emmy, you know, half the round gone. Not a lot has happened here on the board for Latent Dragons. You know, they're only just getting into clearing out the Roamer's top floor. Don't forget that this is not the bomb site. It's an open area defense. Momo also able to get out of there, even though he's being grimmed and the wall's being opened up. Nobody's there for the cutoff point. So minute 20, and like I said, just what have they got? They've got Teller's Archives here. Don't know how they've been able to slip in under the noses, but still, they've got somewhat decent map control. They've also got the quad wall opened up, so all of a sudden things don't look too bad. But how did they deal with this player in the corner? This is always a pause that we look at, Emmy, and think, if you don't have a nade or something to get rid of him, he's going to cause nightmares. And there you go, Songla on the 1.
I mean, that's it. As you said, causing nightmares, causing positions. Song just keeps going. And he gets another! What was that? I mean, I said it at the start that the 2 players that have sort of been driving the pace of this roster. Momo gets caught out, but can't get finished. KZB's wrapped in a sort of corner. Songla, will they go for the ace? Jackie isn't a million miles away! Oh, he gets it! A technical ace and a GG in the chat. I wasn't. I'm giving it to him anyway.
Jackie. It was Jackie. Jackie killed him.
I mean, I don't care. Songla's ace. No, SharkLFO, great start, soft middle, great end. they get the 3 points. Latent Dragons did well, but damn it, just wasn't enough. And I think on that, we'll go to a very quick break.
Better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
Let's go! Neon のカラム肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くて
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hey, what's going on everybody for APL Stage 2? I'm Dev Marta and today we're playing Shot Ones, the show where we eat hot wings and ask hotter questions. I'm joined by Turdstar all the way from New Zealand or Japan or Bandung. You play in the Asia League for Weibo Gaming. Thank you so much for joining me today, Turdstar. How are you at eating hot spicy wings?
I don't actually feel like eating hot spicy wings today, but I do have an intern for that. Oi, get over here. It's my intern.
Well, I hope he's good at eating hot spicy wings. Okay, so we've got 3 different levels of hot spicy wings that your intern will be enjoying today. Let's start with the most mild one. Please, intern. So, Turdstar, you just got back from EWC where your team performed better than any other APL team. You beat DZ.
Wow, that's spicy.
You lost to the eventual champions of Team Secret. Why did you perform so much better than the rest of APL?
I think a big part is that all 5 players are just better than the other 120 players. Probably a pretty big part of it. Another big part's our coaching staff, our org support, and our fans.
Don't touch your face. Don't
touch your eyes, to be honest. That's level 1. That's awesome. I think a lot of it's that we have a lot of experience and we trust each other and just good vibes, to be honest. Those are the 3 main things that we have better than the other APAC teams that went.
How was the trip? You enjoyed it?
Amazing. I love the EWC. Honestly, feels like, as a player, feels like you're royalty in the country, to be honest. So good.
You've been to a couple of different events yet. Was it one of your favorites?
I'd say it's the event I'd want to go to every year. It's probably my favorite event.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's dig into the second hot wing now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't. Get ready! I'm taking them out! Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Welcome back, and we find ourselves with one score down, one settled, and 3 more to go. Now, that was, as we said, our balanced game, and this one is a bit of the top of the board versus, unfortunately, a little bit of the bottom. SoulsHeart versus Fury. Fury currently sitting second, only behind Elevate, and SoulsHeart currently sitting second worst, only ahead of Arrival 7 demo. Who do you think is going to be able to take the sort of thread here in this tie showdown?
Well, I think, yeah, kind of have to look at the scores on the doors and kind of how the stage has played out for both of them. We've got one team who's obviously flying pretty high, who's currently in the second position in the league, that being Fury. And you look at Arrival 7, who are last. So, do I have to say more? Do I?
Well, Arrival 7 on in this game demo.
Oh, wait, am I looking at the wrong one? Oh.
No, it's SoulsHeart Fury.
SoulsHeart, I looked at the wrong one. Also, 7th place, also
But
on 3
it's
points.
not much
My
better.
bad.
I don't want to be like, you're entirely wrong. No, you're wrong by 1. And it's still a worry, because SoulsHeart as well, you look at the roster, and you look at sort of the team that we've got going ahead, it's a known team. These are known players on an international level that just cannot find magic that has sparked excitement across multiple continents and countries and sort of major stages over the years, including some SI performances as well from some of them. And yet here, something is missing, Demo.
Is it the case where everyone else in the league has maybe stepped up their game? Because the thing about SoulsHeart, you know, if you look at how they performed last stage, they were the third place team, just behind Weibo and also Elevate, which again is a pretty good accomplishment to get into that third place position. But they look like a shell of themselves. And like I said, is it the case where everyone else has stepped up and they haven't? You know, have all the other teams gotten better as time has went on? I think that certainly, I think, could be a case. You know, Fury have woken up. You know, Fury weren't the greatest team last stage. They look as though they're back in form of where they usually are, as being a pretty strong contender inside of this league. Obviously, Elevate is going to be there. Weibo is going to be there. You know, Daystar, I think their players are really starting to settle in. Every other team is performing well, and these guys need to keep up with the rest of the pack. You know, whenever we're talking about limited play days, 3 play days remaining, you need to go in and win these games, especially with, you know, sides like LFO getting all 3 points there. That puts them at 7 points now in the league. You know, they need to try and get these points back, because if they don't win today, Emmy, they will still remain at 7th.
Still remain at 7th with Weibo and Arrival 7. But at that point, when you get to that game, if you've lost every single other one, SoulsHeart, it's not going to be so sweet against them. And opposing them, obviously, as we said, tale of 2 teams, and Fury are a team on the rise. They weren't always, again, the highest sort of expectations. Obviously, a name, a Norg, and a roster that's had some big moments, had some sort of showings. Had Fury on stage, I think, in Berlin back then, if I test my sort of memory. I don't know if it was any of the same players at that point, but, you know, it's early mornings here. We have a decent showing from them. They're ahead of Weibo, who's obviously struggled recently. They've been able to get themselves locked in, and the games ahead of them after today, Daystar and LFO Shark. They could find themselves, if they keep on this rise, if they keep on this run and keep themselves one step ahead, Demo, of getting themselves in that top 2 place, getting themselves, as far as I'm aware, it's a bye in the actual sort of regional playoffs, and you never know where something like that can lead and how quick Siege can turn as we look towards Chalet. Okay.
Obviously a map which I feel, you know, orientates into more of a gun-favored kind of map, you know, very different than what we've been used to during our past game in Bank, where obviously that's going to be more execution-based kind of Siege. So, yeah, a little bit different than what we have. Neither team has played Chalet so far this stage. Typically, it is a map that I think Fury, they will ban out. So it's not massively, you know, high preference for them. So I think Fury coming in here today, playing a map which they typically ban. Is that a case of, you know, they just want to toss a Chalet in there to maybe catch an opponent by surprise? I don't know.
Yeah, Chalet is a good map as well for catching opponents by surprise. I think it can be very exciting in the right hands. You can sort of let a fragger go crazy a little bit on a map like Chalet. If one of them is sort of feeling their energy, suddenly it seems like they can pop up from every single corner, and even split of predictions surprises me a little. Yes, SoulsHeart, you would assume could put a bit more in here, but you know, they need to fight for a best of 3 situation. I think it was the same sort of story as well off the top of my head of how their last split went. They only just sort of scraped by in towards the sort of playoffs contentions, and then they got into the best of 3s and had a much better performance as far as I remember. I am just quickly double checking that. And yeah, they sort of, 4th, 6th for Fury as well, and then they sort of got into the situation where SoulsHeart 2-0'd Fury in the playoffs in the lower bracket, got themselves up to 3rd overall as well, jumping Daystar, jumping through occasional games against others, and it's sort of anyone's to play for. As weird as it is to say that about a 2nd team and a 7th team, in this derby, I think it's going to get quite spicy.
I think we have to talk about Critjay, who is by far and away the best player on this Fury lineup. He currently sits as the 6th best rated player in the league. So certainly someone that we're going to want to highlight, especially on his entries. He's currently 8-4 on his entries after the play days that we've seen so far, which again, pretty good for him. +4 in that department. Obviously for Fury, they've had a fair amount of roster changes over the time. From kind of, I think you mentioned the Fury side who might have played at Berlin, for example. Well, I mean, we've got. This is the battle of ex-teammates going against each other, because obviously you've got players like I9, for example, who's playing for SoulsHeart, who would have been on this roster beforehand. You've also got Mr. Punch. That's another one. I think did Mark as well. I think Mark, did he play for the Fury lineup, or was that maybe the Elevate lineup I'm thinking of? I think I'm thinking of the Elevate lineup he was with. But again, there is the kind of history that these teams have. So yeah. I think if you look at the Fury lineup, in terms of the changes that they've had to make over the time, obviously with I9 leaving, that was quite a big one. I think the players that they've brought in have done really, really well. Like Perlotic, for example, I think has been a great pickup for them. And obviously from like a developing region like Thailand, it's not like a massive amount of talent that's coming out of Thailand these days, unless you're considering Sploit, which I don't. I'll tell you that for free. I don't consider Sploit a product of the Thailand National League, but the fact that Fury are still able to go and find these players out of nowhere is a credit to them in terms of their recruiting, and look, it's paying dividend for them, because again, they're sat 2nd place right now.
Well, at this point, we're just in a little bit of a slow, so instead we'll throw ourselves to a quick break before we're back.
How's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. This is actually pineapple flavored.
Pineapple.
So, second question, Turdster. You're no stranger to a good subtweet. We know you love getting active on Twitter.
Absolutely.
On June 17th, you posted a tweet 2 days before playoffs, and we've had more cancels than actual scrims played. #locked in. Care to explain?
To be honest, there's just a lot of check farmers in the APL, as everyone might know. a lot of check farmers. So, you know, as soon as some bum teams lose, they get like 4th place, 5th place in playoffs. They just sack it off. They just cancel all the scrims, and you know, the actual good teams, they don't get much practice. So sucks to suck, but it is what it is.
Well, stage 2 is starting up very soon. How's your prep going? You getting more scrims?
We actually haven't scrimmed since we left WC, and now I'm here eating into my scrim time. But
Literally.
literally. But I think once we get back, we'll be on the test server playing with a new op, and yeah, we'll have around 2 weeks before the season comes out. So I'm pretty excited to go workshop with the new op.
And where are you scrimming from?
I'll be streaming from Tokyo.
And you're playing the season from?
From Bandung, yeah.
Right. Now, we have one more question for you, if you're ready to take on the 3rd wing.
Honestly, it took level 2 better than level 1.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us. There was 2 things that were sorted out during that downtime. One was the tech issue demo. We got the game up and running. And 2 was me reading my notes the right way round, because I got it backwards. The 2022 major that the Fury roster was at was Jönköping, not Berlin. Berlin was where the other roster, the current SoulsHeart roster, was at, but with that one change of I9, was at that point, I believe, on the Fury roster for Jönköping. And then there was sort of raidbacks and journeys and
So
distance between it.
let me get this straight. I9 just picking whatever team qualified for the major. Oh, I'll go with that.
Yeah. So that year, I9 was at 1 major with Elevate, and then 1 major with Fury.
Who did he go to invite with? That's the real question.
I'm going to have, I think, Fury, because it would have been 2022 leading into 2023. I'm racking my brains. The best thing is if you ever go to I9's Wikipedia page, his photos are like the best ones if you scroll down on his gallery. 2022, he was there with Elevate, so that, because that was the latter half of the year, which is pretty much the roster that he's in with SoulsHeart now. But at the time, that Jönköping major roster from the other side was Dark, was BG Man, was I don't think Crit J was on there, but you did have Lycolis as well, so it's still that core. If you're talking about how these games go and how much they know each other. Anyway, correcting myself on history lessons before people make
5 seconds left.
comments about how my memory's going. Yeah, okay, I'm in my early 30s. I can't remember everything.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Damn,
At least
you're old.
I know. In esports, I feel ancient. Do you know what it's like? Having to announce players that were born in like 2006 or whatever ridiculous year we're up to. Look at this. Look at this network.
Oh my.
I like that. Let's see them get past these. Sounds like Puss in Boots.
So, yeah, you're not getting through solar anytime soon. That is that's a guarantee. So they're gonna have to find a little bit additional. However, there's no heartbreak options base and the impact fly. What? Oh. Opening the breach towards office very difficult. So this is why they're going to go for the solar take. But like I mentioned, solar windows is going to be not available for them to be accessed. I'm just going to send them on the end. Oh my!
Oh,
no way.
no! Oh dear, Habana gone, Capital gone from a jump out of a solar window. I mean, I assume that was a solar window throw and not a run out from garage side, but either way, Mr. Punch does level things back up now. Oh, yeah, no, it must have been a garage run out because it still looks like they're solid itself. Otherwise, I mean, there's still a pressure coming out. Surely he didn't just hit the door. Did he just hit the door?
Yeah.
He jumped out the window. I don't know.
Did you jump out that solar window?
He must have jumped out the solar window.
Can you? I don't think
No,
you
because
ever
they
could,
would
'cause you
know.
die,
Yeah,
no?
yeah, you wouldn't be able to. Okay, yeah. You just ran out the door then. That's even worse. Okay, either way. 3 versus 3. Sorry. 3 versus 2. Easy pick up there on towards the solar stairs, and now they're going to rotate round and be lost. Mr. Punch punched in the back of the head, and now they're watching towards where a player just was. And now Lycolis in a dangerous position, and the shotgun is going fishing. Oh, it's easy for us to know, and oh, he holds his nerve. No, he doesn't. He doesn't take any damage, so, well, he's free to move out of there. There's nobody to pick it up. There's almost I9 caught from this. They're just easily repositioning and punishing. I9 just caught out, and this has been a big false start for SoulsHeart.
Yeah, jump outs will do that. Kills 2 players from the rip. Not great. And yeah, you know, you look at the bans. Without the Ace, without the Thermite, trying to get in towards the kind of traditional take where you want to just breach open in towards that office without, you know, creating that big opening that obviously the Selmas and the Exothermics give you. It just forces your hand into having to go for that solar take. And then we've seen that solar take is where Fury wanted them to push. They had so many men set up, ready to hold the crossfires. Obviously the Denaris on the windows, along with the Arena Gates. They're just, you know, completely taking that attack off the board as well. So either which way that SoulsHeart had to go, they were going to run into issues. There was no easy attack, I thought, with just the way the bans have played out and with that setup.
Well, Fury locked themselves in for an early opening round there, and happy to keep the pace up. We sort of had the questions of why we would come to a map like this, and I said it's always going to thrive for a player that's both a good gunner and confident, and Crit J getting that early double and then swinging on to a delayed fight back is the perfect sort of lead in. Here, SoulsHeart, reset, reapply yourself, and reacquaint yourself with the game that is ahead of you. We talk about the importance of this. Fury, if they can just keep themselves earning points and sitting pretty above a Weibo, I mean, it doesn't really matter what Weibo can do. They should be able to guarantee themselves a bye. I think based on the points as well, not that it was the biggest worry, will probably put them out of contention of not qualifying for the playoffs if they can take points from here. I'm just going to have a very quick look and do some very quick mental maths. Yes, they're on 9, and there is 9 points left to play for. So if they take points here, especially away from SoulsHeart, they will be, I believe, entirely out of touch of any of those bottom 2 teams and confirm themselves. But how good are you at maths?
I have a GCSE.
Wow, what letter did you get for that maths GCSE?
C.
Same. Look at us now. Jesse's somewhere fuming.
I could not care. Like, Jesse, what's 2 plus 2? Exactly. See, he doesn't even know. He's not even replying to me.
Not even replying. He's sleeping. Sleeping on the maths job. Control. On towards the hatches, and, well, steady. There's not going to be an immediate try and strike back up here. They've got the ram to get all that verticality above. BG Man threatened out. The Tubarão could try and slow it down, or they could try and slow the breach down. It gives them options to be a little bit more mobile, and there's the slow on towards the hatch itself. Not sure if it also caught the boogie. But as narrow angles start to become a little bit narrower, it's sort of this waiting moment. Fury want to strike. Look at all the different positions they're positioned in.
Critchay. Here he goes. On the approach. Mistroned. Yeah, he's going to pick up at least one kill here and have absolute mayhem. Oh, whiffage! But there you go. There's the trap that's been sprung. Critchay leaps into action. Obviously for Critchay, just a case of staying alive. But nope, just dead. Just gone.
I mean, right positioning there for Mr. Punch, right? They still had the verticality watch from above, but DCH, let's get caught out from underneath. Is at least a trade on the back. I9 make sure that they keep themselves one body ahead. BG Man has to be cautious. There's just heavy pressure on this verticality, and Scatman's going for the plant. So they're keeping them at bay. The smoke canister will force them further and further out, but it's the cover that comes against it. They don't know how close Lefty's tucked. They've dropped on towards the hatch. They're just pushing for the kill at this point, and fair enough. They had the man on the run. Bit of a scrappy end there. That could have been, you know, that swing that happened up the snowmobile stairs. If that had gone one way, that could have potentially defined the whole round, because then Critchay doesn't have to reveal their position. They can sit there. He was entirely misdroned, as you said. Instead, that sort of first domino pushes him to get the trade, pushes them to then get that trade. And at that point, they have that control that they so desperately needed here. If that was locked in, this wouldn't have happened, and then this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, just one whiffage. That's all it takes.
Just a whiff.
But,
just
still a good approach, though.
Whiffage.
Still a good approach, though, from SoulsHeart. I mean, you kind of look at how the round played out. It was, you know, more of a traditional take that you maybe would have seen in, like, year 1, year 2. You know, going for a front side take. That doesn't really happen. A lot of the time, it's teams going in towards trench, opening up the wine cellar walls. So, yeah, old but gold, as I like to say. So SoulsHeart get their first attack on the board. Don't forget, this is, in my opinion, an attacker-sided map, so you would hope that SoulsHeart will rack up quite a few of these. Obviously for Fury, though, with that double hard breacher ban, it does make it pretty difficult, though, for the attackers. They understand, but again, I wouldn't say this is, really apart from the basement, I don't think this is a map where you necessarily need hard breachers. I think you can get away with it if you want to. But you will then have to play a pretty reckless style of siege. But that's what I'm all about. Reckless guy. You know me.
You live life on the edge. I think you've always had that energy about you as a rock star.
That's what Nickelback always said about me.
That's what the song... if you've ever wondered who the song was about, it was written about Demo. They're big fans of the siege scene as a whole. The reveal on this could be a quick smash and grab. You assume it will be a quick pop on towards the castle barricade. Then the Blitz will have to make magic happen, but they don't just want to utilize this. Whether they roll a grenade around to try and get a little bit extra on the take on towards that door. Lycolis underneath could be the threat, but you can see the Fury players, maybe they've felt it's too quiet. Healed themselves a bit further back, and there's the grenade roll, there's the go, and there's nobody to be found yet. They've tucked themselves in quite smartly, but it's the cover, and the C4 actually gets one before it's traded back and forth, but Mr. Punch gone, the Thatcher gone as well. Limitations against those Kai claws downstairs are going to be costly, but, well, there was the one on the Kai. Exolotic maybe overstayed a welcome. Levels things up, but they haven't really gained territory. There was blood lost, and oh no, here... Oh.
No!
I was going to say here comes Crit J, but there goes Crit J Demo.
Yeah, it was really good C4 to actually, you know, react and kill that Blitz who was charging in through office, so that was pretty good, and I thought that was going to set them up for success, but... And they've gave away some pretty cheap kills there, but SoulsHeart still have to, you know, get into the site. This isn't the site. We're dealing with a kitchen here, of course, but the extra man who could be pushing in towards short. I think it's going to play pretty big here for SoulsHeart, and Fury just have to take some swings here and try and get some kills back.
Well, there's Scatman getting a nice thread on towards Lycolis. Leaves just one, but lost in the smoke. BG Man. They're going to try and get this plant secured on the far side, and with the vertical watched perfectly, there's one.
Sure.
Knows there's a vertical fight and wins it out. All right. Doesn't get the third, though. That was almost the play of the day.
Nearly had it with the UMP, but Scatman on it. Nice couple of kills coming in from him. Again, Crit J. You know, I think that was maybe the moment where the attempted flank failed. And then you have that 3v2 advantage. Goes into the 3v1. Just leaves his teammates in a very tough position. But I think SoulsHeart doing the right thing. Realizing that if you can hit that top 4 fast and hard enough, you will, you'll reap the benefits from that. And they done so. They sent the blitz in. Sure, he got killed, but still made that ground, was able to get information. Nobody was inside of office. But they're still able to get the kills back. They're able to trade it. That was a really big pick as well, I thought. The Cade. Does he need to sit there and bathroom and hold that angle? You're in the 3v4, you've got your kills, maybe go back to site.
Great take there on towards the end. I mean, it just felt... There's always, in some ways, similarities in these games, right? Where they know each other very well and they know how each other's going to try and approach. And it's like reading the waves and knowing a storm's about to come. How they pulled back and how they set themselves up, like, positionally was great. That was a read of a team that you know what they're going to try and break across and da-da-da, smash and grab, had the C4 prepped, had all of this. Then there was the other side, where then the positions that they took up, like the Kaid's holding onto that swing, it was well expected by SoulsHeart on their approach. And nice little drop there. Do you know what? If you're playing as Flores and you ever jump over and you have the Assassin's Creed skin on, it should make the sound.
But you want a whistle?
Yeah. 100%. 1,000%. They'll have the rights. It's all Ubisoft.
What's next? You want like the eagle flying around as well?
E1D reskin as an eagle would be sick as hell. Ubisoft.
Could have done it for. Imagine if they'd done the skin for Lion, and then you have the.
Rather than
the
Flores,
E1D.
what are you going to turn those drones into? Birds? Doesn't work. Imagine birds screaming along the floor at you.
What could you turn? I'm trying to think what you could turn the drones into.
There's nothing specifically destructive that I can think of. Anyway. Here comes the breakthrough, and there's
So
almost
risky.
I9.
He's done the same thing again.
He's done
by
the
the way.
same thing. That's twice. That's twice that has happened.
And he's used the smoke as well to get himself in, and then he's just, yeah. You have to take two, everyone.
It's a choice.
Oh dear. It's like a blooper reel, what he's just done. There we go. See if he's going to do it again.
Oh, please do. It would be so funny.
He dies this time, it would be, yeah, not the,
I mean, think about
greatest.
Think about the pusher last time. Think about how long they tried to make it work up these stairs. They obviously lost 2 to the run-out, which hasn't happened this time. Now he's in. And he's slipped his way across rather than backwards. Now he's got to try and push his way up these stairs. There is only really Lycolis offering some sort of resistance here. I think they've realized again, based on the pressure being applied to them, they're well aware of the team that they're up against. They're not going to entirely just feed bodies into this problem. Instead, tuck back, pull back. Now they have some territory. Okay, but now what? They're knocking on the door. The coverage of a Capitao bolt starts.
Where's the big
to come
window
through,
player?
so... No, I don't think anywhere. What is...
Hello?
How is he allowed to do that?
No one big window. Why is there not a player big window? If you're going for a solar take, somebody needs to sit on that angle. Finally, they get him killed, but still, you lost your Capitao, and DCH is thinking, why is nobody in that pause? And look where all 3 of them are. All together on solar. Why do we need, like, 20 people on this staircase? One of them should have been big window. I don't get it.
Well, now it's 10 seconds, and they've been stood on the door for a long time. Ionine has to try and get the plant. They're behind the chassis itself. There's a C4 that... Oh, doesn't connect. It was just underneath, but the spray sure does. Swing the way in. No cover. No control. I don't know. It feels... It's so odd.
Like, in my mind, if you're attacking that in a 5v5, which they were,
Yeah.
okay, you got 5 players. You've got a Monty plus Habana pushing up Solar. Okay, there's your 2 guys coming Solar. You put 1 guy on big window, that's your 3rd man. The 4th guy could be downstairs holding the flank. And your 5th guy should be kicking about bathroom window, piano window, something like that as well. That was like 4 players on Solar, 1 guy holding flank.
I don't know. It's the really strange pacing of this game, as I said. Like, it feels like there are individual moments where a plan is finely tuned and things are running, and then, like, you look away and you look back, and it's someone has entirely just repositioned and replaced themselves, and everything's fallen apart. And I don't know if it's like an adaptation on adaptation, and they're trying to overactively respond to each other. They're a bit scared of the positions of each other. Either way, it's kind of, I would say at this point, working out in some manners for SoulsHeart, because the more worried Fury are, the more sort of off the beat Fury are, the better it is for them. As I said, after this, you know, SoulsHeart have a decent chance at a 3-point game against Arrival 7. They're both at the bottom of the board. They've got Weibo, who are, you know, they've taken 2 losses. They're still yet to play today. So there's still a chance for them to try and get themselves into at least the playoffs position and get themselves back in. But it does require, again, a bit more, because it's the other side of it. They've misdroned quite a lot as well. There's always often been a Fury player just happy to...
Just crit J. It's always crit J.
It's crit J, just operating in a space. And it doesn't feel like SoulsHeart are entirely trying to get them. And you're like, well, why not? Because he just keeps doing it.
Oh, we're dealing with the our defense now. And this is a site that I haven't seen. Certainly for SoulsHeart, they have a different approach that they have to go through. I mean, every bomb site has been played, at least on the defensive half. To show that Chalet, plenty of options, plenty of different ways that you can play it. Just think about the Mira and the Izami, though, and even the Clash, you know, it's a big risk. A lot of the fortification operators are down for this top floor hold, which generally comes in. It's all about, you know, having that presence in towards library to deny access to hatches, deny access to vertical. But if you don't have, you know, the strong operators like we like to mention, very difficult to challenge onto the attackers, and it just makes, you know, a very kind of open top floor. Just players can sit on windows a lot of the time and just hold long angles. That's where you need the Mirror, you need the Izami to give yourselves the protection.
Here comes the pressure over towards the top. Mark is able to get out Dark, but they get dropped for it. But it's I9 there to make sure the trade game is back and forth. Mr. Punch here again. This is why I'm saying this game is weirdly paced, because we go from the round before where they couldn't get a single watch onto a double window to here, where they keep striking back to here, where once again they've not been ready for Crit J. So Crit J is able to snap one and get himself out of there, but Lycolis alone, drifting around on the site, and as the calls come out, they fully know where Crit J is. Do they try and solve this problem? 30 seconds, and Lycolis is able to get rid of one, so they haven't done it well. They've given him a smoke. He's inside the site again. They gave him a route back in, but as I9 gets one through the soft, and they spray through with the secondary. It's a great gun in the hands of I9, but they don't quite have the position for the coverage of the kit. They're just looking for a chunk out of each other. Crit J gets one more. He's looking for the last, but DCH! Again, it's the sort of epitome of what I was talking about. It felt controlled. It was entirely lost. They gave them a freebie and almost lost the round because of it. What is occurring?
Absolutely. I mean, Crit J is just running around the whole game. Just making crazy plays, and almost pays off for him there. But look, I think that the real issue there was just holding that top floor. It's nigh impossible. You know, with those bans, you can't do it. You can't. It's impossible. You need to have the strong operators for that bomb site, in my opinion. You need to have that Mirror locking down inside connector, having one in towards the top floor, and Azami just making Library an absolute nightmare. You can block off 51 window, for example, as well, if you do it that way. Don't have them. Just don't play it. Just don't put yourself through it. Honestly, I'm surprised that maybe they haven't attempted, you know, the basement again, considering the bans. You know, like I said, you still got double hard breacher bans there. Try and abuse that.
3-2. Souls up. They have themselves off to the lead. They're able to still push that one over the edge. It was DCH's first kill of the game against Critjay, who's just been repeatedly getting himself stuck in. Well, this is a fun trap, a fun conundrum. Tricky is that to get out? I mean, you obviously have to take the long way around to shoot it, but when you've got yourself with lots of a couple of grenades, you should be able to just bounce one round and get rid of the lock in that. In fact, no. Oh, they break it with the castle barricade. Okay. So as soon as the castle barricade goes down, the line gets reactivated. They're hoping they try and just charge in behind it again and just get eaten up by the laser.
Reloading!
I see.
The lineup is pretty interesting, especially for a kind of top floor. Typically, you would see a decent amount of soft destruction, but oh, good night. I mean, just that. By the way, with a holo at the UMP at that distance, that is one heck of a shot.
I know.
That'll probably be the best shot we'll see today. That's not even close.
If that was in an EML game, or even the game we had just before, all chat would have been lit up.
That's insane.
That was too peaceful for what that shot deserves. I want to get an all chat. I'm going to bully our observer to get an all chat. Type some question marks.
Just put Sky, please type sit. Just type sit.
I mean, okay. Great shot. What a way to lose the glass. Missed the punch. Knocked out. And, I mean, Fury from this. They've stopped plan A. Team intent on leading in towards plan B. Critjay is just...
I think it's done, personally. I don't know. I just don't see them getting through this defense. You don't have the glass. You don't have the pushing power. You've got a minute left. You have no top floor control apart from a couple of slits into the wall. I mean, if you're going to try and plant, I just don't see that happening. You've got players on the side who still have got, you know, C4s that they can utilize. It's just not going to happen for them. Like, if they try and plant, it's going to be crazy.
40 seconds left, and they do get quite an easy take onto one. Suddenly, two. Critjay's gone as well. They're looking for the verticality. They know exactly where someone is, but with Lycolis getting the C4 on towards at least one more down below, and without true vertical, Scatman cannot just send it for the plant itself. There's a bit of a slow on towards this position player. Scatman does kill inside the site. They're swinging around, but they almost missed it. There's the engagement, and you said you'd be surprised if it went away from them. Demo. Dark. 1 versus 3. They're confirming the plant. And just met with a wall of bullets, but you cannot count these rounds until they're finished.
I don't get it again from Fury. Sit in your hands. Like, that's people just over peaking for no real reason.
Yep.
You know, those Maverick calls, all it does is it stops, you know, just players playing close in that breach. What it doesn't stop is somebody sitting half wall, holding a vert angle onto the players jumping in for the breach. That's what it doesn't hold. One guy was in that position, upstairs, sat on the vert, stops any plant from coming in. All the rest of the team just has to play around that. Set one guy inside a piano, stop somebody pushing in. You know, they can't get through that office breach. Like, they're just giving silly picks away. Just leave one guy inside with a C4. I don't get it. I don't get it there from Fury. Just throwing that. They're in the perfect position. 4v5 minute left. SoulsHeart had nothing to play with. And then they start swinging. They start giving picks away. Yeah. Not great.
4-2. SoulsHeart have themselves a bit of a ground to work on. Yes, it has been touch and go. Yes, some of these rounds have been closer than they could have been, and yes, the rounds have gone these way in ways we haven't always expected, but we still get to try and charge our way forward mercilessly nonetheless. Fury, they should have been able to get themselves a couple more connections, but, you know, for the point of sort of saying that was DCH's first kill, Dark hasn't been able to get one yet on the side of Fury. It would have been a 1 versus 3 clutch for the last one in a post plant. Not always the best, but it kind of shows you how one missing link in this game, where you look at Cross now, DCH got himself another. That sort of split in an intense kill game like this is working in towards SoulsHeart's favor. However, though we've sort of said they've occasionally missed single players, single moments, and single sort of routes before, as they've made a very big L, is it going to be now a problem where they are on the flanks, or they are on the flank attempts even in the roams, and that is what gets shut down by Fury. They have a chance to wrest some control here, and Dark, unfortunately, though he hasn't been able to get any kills on the Deimos, is a big driving factor of that. On towards this. Now, pressure on the top. Trying to force people back towards piano side, and where is this first punch going to come through?
Dark really needs to try and get himself into the game. Especially if he's on this Deimos. He hasn't had the kills on the defense, so let's hope he gets the kills on the attack. In Deimos, a map like Chalet, where roamers, you know, will be an occurrence. You look at the way that Fury played with the roamers, it was a thing. So if Deimos is able to hunt out some of these roamers, we start your Chalet off very, very well. I think Chalet for the attackers, if you have that extra man, just to sit on like a window, because a lot of time for Chalet, I feel as though we see so many exterior to interior kills. And if you have the extra man just to be boring, I would say, just sat in the window, you know, you can do that. So yeah, you have to get those opening picks, and hopefully the Deimos will help them with that.
Waiting for the swing, waiting for the chance here. They've obviously got everything stacked up in the kitchen sink for the pressure that you can sort of apply externally. As the breach starts to come around, the positions get a bit thinner. With a minute 10, there almost has to be a little bit of something here from the attack. And Dark, as I said, on this roll of the Deimos, could be a big front runner for it. It's a narrow position for Markalele to play his life in here, but that is his goal. Right, he'll have the awareness in the call, and if someone comes to his opposite side, he can have a bit of wiggle room. But as the C4s, the grenades even start to roll towards him, he's got to try and make a choice. You can see some motion underneath him as well. Just I9 on the mirror is in a good position. There's a late throw from a Fenrir gadget on towards the breach itself. They're getting the reveal of where the pressure's coming from. 40 seconds. They still don't have the confidence to try and break through, and there's the first trade out. Does get one on towards it. The smoke is gone. There goes DCH. There goes Mr. Punch fighting back with I9 C4 popping in. 28 seconds left. They're able to at least get the drop on towards Piano, but now if he hits any of this laser, which he's able to hop over the top, but it doesn't matter because Markalele rocks. I mean,
that was almost the triple kill.
If it happened, it would have been funny, but credit to Mark for holding that position.
Yeah. Mark did really well, but I think the mirror, the C4 downstairs, I thought was also like brilliant. You know, hitting them late on. Said Chalet, it's a map for roamers. You got 3 sets of staircases. You have so much potential, plenty of vertical flooring as well. The C4 hits. And at that point, if you have nobody covering that main breach, you're gonna let the defenders run riot. You know, like Mark. As soon as that guy in main breach dead, Mark knows I just have to look one way. You know, I'm never going to get, you know, I'm never going to open myself up to that breach because that guy's now dead. You know, and I think there's that team play, that synergy. Mark is in the thick of it, yeah? You need to try and help him as best you can, and his team rallied to help him.
Yep. Oh, yeah, entirely. And I sort of said, like, you know, there's almost a point where you don't do it, right? Mark is in this position. If they get rid of him in the opening minute and a half, that's happened. But as soon as you start to tick underneath, it's like, okay, well, if we support this player, they still have to get rid of him. They cannot get a plant off if he's still here. Let's just do one little rotate. Let's just do one little exploration until you're in the final 40, 30 seconds. SoulsHeart have been able to reposition to support this sort of do or die player. Yeah, it gives a little bit more of a risk on engagements. Yeah, you're sort of playing this backlog, and yeah, a couple of them went away from you, but it means Fury have to rethink things in the dying seconds. And then they just have to try and send it. And Mark has been waiting for somebody to send it for 3 minutes at this point. He is so ready for that. Talking about sending it, Crit J, the man who was on the mission in the previous half on the defense, is seemingly wanting to do a similar sort of sneaky attack. Gets in into the line quite quick. And we'll just wait. Hold and hope. DCH wants to get a little bit adventurous. I9, again, isn't far away. Are they going to head up blue? Or just sort of wait for some pressure to hit DCH and then activate?
All that's happened here after the first minute. Where Fury's coming from, I've just got them outside still. Looks to be maybe just a library across. And you've got this whole pressure in towards Solar. I don't know, are they trying to, like, you know, almost trash compactor it? Just try and apply pressure from 2 different angles and hopefully they collapse? I don't know, this is just... You don't even have flanks covered. I mean, what is this attack from Fury? Like, what are they doing?
Struggling. At this point, SoulsHeart get the 1, and now, you know, Crit J gone. You've lost the line, you've lost your star sort of player. And I9, 10-3 is sort of worth saying. We talk about where other people have been able to make things happen, and he's just gotten more and more confident as this gone on. He can sit, he can wait, he can hop if he wants, but Exolotic will thread the needle and try and push up at a minute now. Gets into the next fight and does what an LMG does. Dark suddenly gets Scatman. Okay. Suddenly Fury have got themselves into the 4 versus 2. They have 50 seconds. They've done it very quickly as well. When things started to fall apart, they made sure that they responded. And at this point, SoulsHeart might have overstayed their welcome and overpositioned themselves just a bit. That C4 does get rid of the Finker. It gives them a bit more to work on. DCH somehow tucks swings and now suddenly moving away from the drone hole, the 2 versus 2. Does he know someone's outside the window? He does now. And it's just positioning again. 1 versus 2, threading either side. Dark's been able to find his first kill in the game. He needs 2 more. Once again, he's in an almost 1 versus 3. Doesn't. DCH gets 3, running around trophies and hanging his own up. I mean, it's... I don't know. I don't know, Demo. That's your job.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
Oh, no.
Like, you go 4-2-up. I mean, the approach and the attack was weird, right?
Yeah.
It just felt as though the whole big lot of nothing happened, and all of a sudden Fury decided, oh, you know what, let's get some kills now. They actually get their kills. A 4v2, you think, okay, gotta be. I mean, that's such a cheap kill. Just somebody sat in blue stairs, that's not being covered. And you've dealt with a flanker, but then they just start going in 1 by 1 by 1. You know? Just, that is like such a basic thing whenever you're in a 4v2 with a minute left. Slow the pace down. Why are players just head charging, you know, straight into trophy, not droning, not looking around, and then dying? You wonder why you're losing.
I guess there's elements of it. It's just scrappy, right? It's just, in ways, blow for blow. SoulsHeart are able to get themselves the 1 step ahead. You know, that's now, what, 2 more rounds on the trot. They've sort of wrested a bit of control. Fury's last round win feels a very, very long way away. And I don't know, it feels like there isn't as much fight in this game from them as we've seen in the other games that they've played this split. They've already sort of gone up against the toughest opponents. And Elevate is the one that beat them, obviously. Elevate are unbeaten. But then they're taking games against Weibo. They're sort of putting pressure on towards Latent Dragons, who have had good moments as well. And here against SoulsHeart, it just feels like they are the ones that have sort of stepped away. SoulsHeart have been playing in some manner this playstyle before. I9 hasn't always been going 10-4. But they have had position problems. They have had good routes. They have had bad routes. They've had a mix. But old problems rearing their head, unfortunately, for Fury. Here, SoulsHeart, chance to lock this one out. Chance to get themselves a very precious 3 points right now. Especially when you're sort of looking at the fact of where that will put them out of the drop zone, technically. Latent Dragon will fall down into 7th. SoulsHeart will temporarily jump up above Weibo. I think... Oh no, on round difference they wouldn't. But at the same time, it puts them out of this danger zone.
Yeah. Like I said, with other teams winning today, obviously we've seen LFO be able to pick up a win and bounce their way in towards that top 6. You need to keep up with the rest of them and don't fall into that danger zone, as you have said. Now, finally for Fury, we see a little bit of something here in the opening kill department on their attacks as down goes Mark. And for this top floor, you've got the Azami. Now, this is going to make the big difference compared to the time that whenever it was Fury defending this bomb site. You have that Azami, you have that bit of cover that you can place down and block off those window angles more than anything. This Blackbeard, though, that's going to be the danger man. We know how strong the shields still are, and with nades, I mentioned about the Azami barriers, he's one of the few shields who can deal with them pretty quickly. Toss the nade in, blow up the cover, and then just push the man who's behind it.
Oh, missed the punch.
Why do I speak? Why do I speak?
There goes one. There goes Dark, getting one back. The Rara gets a little bit of pressure revenge. DCH still holding on towards this corner position. Zy9 gets run down by Crit J. Suddenly they've remembered who they were from the first half. Okay, what was that? Fury. When they need to make things happen, Crit J comes in with the 3K. They just steal control. Yes, it's the offsite, but the confidence of not only their own positioning, but where their opponents were, was night and day compared to the previous couple of rounds. Breathe. Take a breath.
It's just a bit all over the place in this game. Like, it just feels like somebody's taken out a shotgun and just scattered the pellets everywhere. Well, the good news is that the rotation, though, all the sites are going to be opened up, of course. They go into bedroom now. And obviously last time we seen, Mark in a very difficult position in half wall, but perform with great results. Also a little bit of, play downstairs using roamers. Well, not necessarily roamers, just light flanks and then using C4s, which again, you'll get plenty of kills on the top floor, plenty of vertical that you can, more or less apart from what? Probably piano. Everywhere else in this top floor is more or less destructible, I think.
Yep.
So, yeah. Playing value.
Okay, SoulsHeart, just still in a decent position. As I sort of said, that was the tertiary site. We come back to here and we think about how this one went. It was Mark holding his position. He's in a position already again, and he's ready to make sure that he does not leave it. It came from the support structure, but they've, think about where the pressure was on the take here. We didn't really get a taste of anything on towards Solarium's side, anything on towards the double window side, anything I remember up from Trophy, which is why those players, like I9, were free to move underneath, across dining, make their way around. There wasn't anything that drew them away to stop them being able to support Mark's position. Whether they're going to go for the same sort of approach here, across from the top, get themselves control of the walkway, get themselves control of top, and onto the Ivy sort of pressure? Seems like I9 is more than ready for it.
Sit and wait. Or somebody will probably come in there at one point. Where else is the IQ going to go? You see the Vigil, but try and find him with the IQ scanner. I don't know if they're aware that he's actually downstairs. And then he go.
There it is, right? Yeah. It's a brilliant play. Because of the destruction, the lines will appear just as clear up there. They have no idea. They assume he's up top. He's got himself a route out. He's gone. He's out of there. Safe, clean, and then a harsh way of putting it, too easy.
Well, he has been finally buried, but still, he's done his job. He's been able to get that first pick. And I mentioned on Chalet, with those extra men that you would have, the extra man advantage, playing people on windows helps out massively. But right now, all you could really afford is maybe one guy big window or one guy piano, and that is it. Everyone else needs to have two on breach. You need to have somebody pushing in towards the office door also. A lot of things need to get covered off here, so they really want to use that fourth man. Looks to be piano window, just based on where the Sophia is right now. But still, you can see that there's no pressure at all on SoulsHeart. Still got a player inside piano. Still got this player inside a half wall. And really, what have they got to remove him? What are you going to use? What, a Flores drone? Is that the idea?
Well, they're going to see if they can try and get it. Obviously, it can go through that laser without being destroyed, and yeah. Use a Flores drone. Apparently worked perfectly. Force the man. Dark gets another. Okay, Dark. I think pretty much all of his kills have come over the last 3 rounds, but what a perfect time for it to operate. Muster Punch and Scatman, all that's left here to try and hold this on. 30 seconds, though, and with 2 smoke canisters and the first kill going their way, it's a pretty decent start. Now, just slips away from the man that wanted to come on towards the piano window. 20 seconds. And they've got themselves doubled up on the door. Dark. He's tucked in. He's getting the plant secured. Takes the fight out the window. Right move, wrong result for him. And now a post-plant situation with Scatman left alone. They can peel themselves back. And surely this should just be a lock-in. Dark didn't think he could retreat, so didn't. Now at this point, they've otherwise peeled themselves back. They can hop in on towards the window. You assume it will come in just a second. Oh, that... Ow.
That's funny. That's funny.
Didn't expect that. I thought it was just going to be from Ivy.
Really surprised that nobody tried to hit a flank. Worked out really well for them last time they were up there. If you actually looked at the drones as well, Emmy, that they had no drones remaining. Especially for the flanks. Nobody was on the cams during the final minute there. I think they had a Twitch drone that was like just sat on the breach covering the fuser, and that was it. So really, they didn't have anything for flank protection. You look at the lineup, no Gridlock, no Nomad. Like I said, no drones. Really could have taken advantage of that, but instead I think they just thought, oh, we'll play with the smoke. We'll play with that denial instead, but hasn't worked out for them.
I think, yeah, it's, remember the sort of compliments that we played before where we said they were free moving around the map. They were happy to try and be outrageous. They got that opening kill in a great fashion as well. Did I9 have to then try and challenge underneath sort of trench door? No, but you can see why the player would want to do that. It's 100% where they would be sat waiting for you. And he was like, I can win these. I'm better. He wasn't, but I believe I was as well if I was 11-5 at that point. Still, SoulsHeart, they're going to try and build themselves back in. They've got less of an obvious sort of roamer, but to be fair, he's been able to make work happen on the Jaeger before when he just swung his way up and popped himself up back end. Now. Oh, are they getting even more risky, Demo? Oh, are we starting to see some silly hours?
I mean, a default cam is stuck. No, okay, never mind. It's fine. Yeah, 2 minute 15 shit the default cam, at least it's gone. But you do start to get worried, especially if there's going to be somebody on big window you're just asking to be punished at that stage. See that Extralotic is actually really worried. Again, the jump outs could be coming in. Well, there is somebody outside. I think that was just from half wall, yeah, Mr. Punch. Ran out, looked over towards the double window and fireplace, but no, didn't get anyone. Fury. So they're going to try and go pretty traditional here. They've got the Thermite in to open up that main top floor breach.
Time to make a new door.
Mr. Punch, you may want to get out of there, mate.
And get out of there. Well,
there we go.
Gets.
Oh dear.
Oops. I mean, it's a bold move, taking that swing. The obviously, both great guns, but swinging with a DMR into an already waiting DMR is... It's a choice where you hope they're loading and have otherwise peeled away. Either way, now that's 2 people lost in the blink of an eye, including your smoke. And it leaves you having to hold on against what is a long-range fight. They've also lost most of their vertical control right now. Mark is the only direct counter towards the plant, and now he is gone too. Crit J with 3. I9 does get dark and starts trying to move his way across the top, but Doesn't get much further here. It's DMRs at dawn. I think we're about to be leveled up. Wants to sneak their way in. There's at least a drop on towards one. In a post-plant situation. Let's get one on the way out the door. Again, they don't have the verticality. They don't have anywhere to go. Crit J. A 3k, maybe a 4 for the round.
4k. Yeah. I mean, just that DMR. Can I go on a rant about that DMR?
Oh, please do, because it's my crutch when I play ranked.
Needs to be nerfed.
No, I get it.
Needs to be nerfed. It's not even close. The fact that you can have 4 attackers running that at the same time is insane. That gun, the reason why I think DMRs are so strong at the moment, okay, and this honestly, I think really DMRs are current meta, right? And it's something that I would like to see be addressed in next patch notes. I think that gun needs to be nerfed. So the reason why these DMRs are, you know, being used massively by a lot of teams around the world is, one, what big change did we have with a lot of defenders in the last patch? A lot of them lost their ACOGs, yeah? You think about Castle, for example, he lost his ACOG. Chanka, I'm pretty sure he lost his on his X9. You know, a lot of different operators lost their ACOGs, apart from only 2 being Tub with his DMR and the ACOG, and then also Aruni with her DMR and her ACOG, right? They're the only 2 remaining defenders who have the ACOGs. You look at the attackers now. You've got 4 of those DMRs with the ACOGs. You're going to be winning those long-range engagements against defenders 99.9% of the time. On top of that, the gun has 21 bullets, which is just absurd, considering it is like just a blatant 2-shot to the chest. Okay? You can just rapid-fire spam that. It's going to kill something. Then also, the other good thing about the DMRs is the bullet penetration. The fact that you can make such large openings into walls in such a short space of time. Whenever I say make openings, like they're big holes. Yeah, is also really big. So for pinching players, setting up a crossfire, setting up a flank angle, amazing. As long as you have like a yellow ping, you can just rip through a soft wall, and you'll net something. I think the DMRs need to lose about 10 of those bullets easily, because that's what it used to be. Do you not remember it used to be just 11 bullets in that gun before they buffed it and they added the extra 10? It needs to go back to where it was with just 11 bullets in that DMR, because I just think it's so oppressive. And especially the operators that you have it on. Twitch, really good operator in the meta just because of like Goyo is so big. So being able to bring in that operator with the DMR, fantastic. You've got Sense, which has seen a lot of play because it's really good for site executions. Lion, universal operator, great for hunting roamers and really good in fast maps, which there is quite a lot of them. And then who's the other one? And then Aurora, again, another operator which has seen a fairly decent amount of play. You're always going to see one of them. Usually it's always the Twitch.
At this point, this first engagement be so decisive. This is now 3 rounds in a row Fury have tied. They have absolutely fought their way back into this game. Crit J as well, as I said, he sort of was huge, then he was a bit quiet, and now over the past couple of rounds has absolutely returned to a form that was so desperately needed by Fury. Refusing to sit out and bow out of this game. They're 1 round away from securing themselves at least a point, and yes, that would be good for them. It might be enough to confirm them in the top 2, or the not in the top 2, in the top 6 even. Yeah, but for SoulsHeart, it could be devastating. For their attempts to be able to get out of the bottom 2, for their attempts to be able to get themselves in towards just playoffs contention full stop. Dark sat waiting patiently for Jaeger to reveal themselves, but it's just only I9 popping underneath. We talked about this before demo last time. Where were those flanks? Where were those rotates? Here they are. Gets one, gets this kill, pulls themselves back in. It's entirely what they were missing last time they tried to hold this site. It's entirely what got them success. Supporting that single player, holding on to that swing position. And now I9 has got that kill and pulled back. He's survived. And that is a big lurking threat. That means Fury Demo have to try and push on here.
That just feels as though they're stalling, though. 45 seconds. The only map control that you have is just over towards Fireplace, and that's it. You haven't really pressured the guy in towards half wall. There's also a roamer sniffing around in towards bar. It's just, I think the writing's on the wall. It spells disaster right now.
Now as they're ready to try and get a break on, they're ready to swing their way. There's another for I9. Mr. Punch gets one, and I think we are hurtling towards the end here. BG Man and Lycolis would have to do something magic to make this one come together, but feels like, unfortunately, whatever they built back in I-9 is removed here. A triple kill, he'll be fine with that. He'll sit and he'll watch 4 players lock out the end of this round as they enter an impossible doorway. SoulsHeart finally find some success against the team that they should be beating and finally find themselves not in the bottom 2 of the leaderboard.
Big win. Big win for SoulsHeart. So this is what you need to do. Whenever you're up against it, whenever other teams in and around you have also won today, you need to keep up the pace, and they've done so. So that will get them out of the bottom 2 position. But still, they need to maintain it though, Whammy. You know, they're only, that's what their second win, I believe, off the stage. You're still going to need a lot more if you want to really push yourself up and get yourself solidified more than anything in that top stage. You don't want to be in and out of it. You just want to remain in it.
Well, we'll go to a quick break before we're back with our 3rd game of the day.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Time to dig into the 3rd wing. This last question actually is a little bit of praise from one of your friends.
Is there even any hot sauce on that one?
I think we should put a little bit, maybe we just, do you want to do the honors and just put a little bit more of that on for
You might need another bite.
poor guy?
Oh, fuck.
Oh. Heavy hand.
Okay,
That
so
looks delicious.
while your intern enjoys that, yeah, like I said, we've got some praise from some of your fellow competitors in the APL. This is a comment from our good friend Lunchbox.
Ah, who the fuck is that?
I'm pretty sure Turd was a Kiwi, and he couldn't find a team in OS because absolutely no one liked him in OS, so he literally had to relocate to a different country, and he has to play in Asia now because no one liked him in OS.
I don't even know who that guy is, to be honest. And I am better than every other OCE player, so that's okay.
Oh, the intern's digging.
The ice cream's out.
Oh, God. I don't know where you found this guy, but he's feral. Alright, so where are you from? You're from OCE, right? But you went over to Asia?
So I'm originally from New Zealand. As Lunchbox said, true story. Nobody wanted me in the OS League. And I think I had a pretty good timing. Like Blast had just taken over in 2023. A lot of my friends, their contracts were ending with their previous teams. So we ended up making a team and I got inputted out to the Southeast Asia League for 2023. And I've been there ever since.
So your first ever professional team was firstly flying overseas.
Yep.
Secondly, the best team in the region. And how many events have you now gone to overseas?
Been to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.
And do you know how many that guy's been to?
0.
I didn't even
A
know
whopping
that.
0.
Amazing. And where do you live now?
I live in Tokyo, but we play from Bandung in Indonesia.
Mr. Worldwide over here. What did you think of the wings?
Very spicy, to be honest. The ice cream, lifesaver. Taking it well.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa! What the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
I am loving this pie, but I've noticed you've barely eaten yours. What's wrong?
I'm not a big fan of pie. Hey, Poppin, you want some?
Yeah. Cheers.
How did you meet another castle like Pengu, Janox, Manic, Guz?
Yeah, I mean, all of the APL guys, we've been working together for ages, but I actually met, I think the first one I met was Manic, Rob, who's now our host, And we met because we were casting the same tournament, but it was like not Rainbow Six. It was just this thing called Melbourne Esports Open. It was like held at this tennis arena, and I never even knew who this guy was. We were just working together on the same day. We were doing the variety stream, so it was like whatever games they had, and I just met this guy and I immediately knew that I liked him and that we got along well on and off camera. And so I was like, dude, you have to come and do Rainbow Six with me. And after a year, he finally did. And I met Guz because I was like helping Ubisoft with these tournaments that were running for the OS region, like pugs, like 10-mans.
Yeah.
And he was just a streamer. And he was streaming the games, like watching other people's matches. And I was like talking to him, helping him like organize how to do that. And then I was like, hey dude, like, why don't you actually try properly casting? And then with Xenox, it was like, I really think we need more good casters in our region. So I went to Xenox, who I knew because he'd been doing other games. And I said, hey dude, do you play Rainbow Six? He says, yeah, I play it. I'm like not very good, but he played it. And he was interested in casting. And yeah, Xenox was like, sure, let me give it a go. And then he started. And with Pengu, I mean, obviously when I started casting, he was a professional player. He was on Penta, then he moved to G2. I'd met him briefly at events, but we'd never really spoken. And then when he started casting with Parker in Terro, we like became closer friends. We would like be in the same spaces during events because we were both casting. And he was really good friends with Mandy, my old co-caster as well. And then one day he just came up to me and he was like, hey, do you want to cast together? And that's how it happened.
With legend.
Yeah, lucky me.
So, Enterprise, new team, new organization, new face. How was Enterprise on stage 1?
Yeah, I like your team, man. I was surprised because like everyone was talking about GG with all their imports. Everyone was talking about Chiefs because they had just won like and gone to Montreal. But yeah, like Enterprise, you guys, I had literally like never heard of the org before. I had never like, I didn't know you guys were a team. I just know that Fisher guy got dropped from GG and then made his own team. And I was like, oh yeah, you got Fisher guy. That's like a good player. You got Mingo, like a good coach. But you've also got a lot of rookies like Relays and Bappin hadn't played at the top teams in OS before. And then you guys just destroyed everyone. And I was like, oh, I guess I judged too soon, right? Like you're even beating Chiefs in GG. You went flawless. So I was super impressed.
Thank you. That's kind of old.
Well, what do you think of my casting?
What is next question? Yeah, time to prepare APEC major qualification. Catch ya.
Bye, I guess. Sash, come on. Up, 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 up. Come on, up. Good girl. There you go.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Well, here we are, passing that halfway point. Not a hayway point, that's not a real thing. But what is real is the stakes of the game that we have up ahead of us. Demo with, I guess, 2 long games and 1 surprise result. Daystar versus Elevate. Could be another one, as obviously Elevate, they've been in cruise control, but Daystar have been doing some surprising bits, Demo.
Yeah, they've been very good, sitting currently in 3rd place. A big opportunity for them, of course, now to see... I mean, it is a big if to see if they could maybe try and spring themselves into that top 2 position. But again, they still need to get the win first and foremost. Obviously, for Elevate, no matter what happens here today, actually, no, they still can be caught based on head-to-head difference. So there is still a chance that Elevate could also drop down into 2nd place. But I think for Elevate here today, you would expect, come in and get the job done. But like we mentioned, Daystar have done really, really well so far. Big improvements all around the board. I mean, I think anyway, compared to where they were, of course, inside the last stage. I have to highlight Seal, who's been far and away their best player. I mean, he has been electric on both attack and the defense. Good entry stats also into that. Really good cost. He's been the man just doing everything, but everyone stepped up. Everyone has hit over 30 kills, Amy, which I think is always a good sign. Majority of the team is positive, bar 1 player. So, yeah, you can see that everyone is stepping up, taking it, 1 game at a time, everyone playing their own siege, and it's working well for them.
Oh, it's working brilliant. And obviously the fact that after this, they've got Fury, they've got Weibo, they still have tough games ahead of them. But, Fury have just faltered. They faltered against SoulsHeart. They have a chance here to throw themselves up, secure themselves in towards the top 2, potentially even. And it would start here, but unfortunately who they're up against is... Well, I think it's not even, fair to put it in terms of a picnic. I was going to say a walk in the park, a running thing. It's the opposite of that. It's Elevate. And it is a roster that has already been strong and has gotten even stronger, primarily because of resets there on the right-hand side of the screen. An unbelievable introduction for him towards this. But I think it's fair to say, Demo, pretty much all of them are having a pretty unbelievable season.
Yeah, Resets is by far and away the best player inside of this league. 1.6 rating is where he sits. 7 and 8 and 3, on entries. He's got a multitude of 1vx's as well, which isn't shown here, but I'll tell you, this guy can clutch, which is always going to be a benefit to any team if you have someone who can consistently do that. And also another stat as well about him, he is currently on a 1.07 kills per round, which means that every single round, he is guaranteeing his team a kill, that doesn't happen. It's very rare you would see somebody getting a kill every single round in a game, It's absurd. It's really absurd whenever you think about it. And do you know what else is crazy? Do you know who the 2nd best player in the league is? Who, again, is, there's quite a gap as well.
There's a gap.
One of his own teammates.
Well.
Raps.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a stronger roster, right? It's hard to sort of quantify because it's obviously an import roster. It's an import roster made of world champions and potential sort of world champions. It's an import roster from what is often cited as the strongest region the game has ever seen and might ever have. And, finding their sort of balance last split towards where they are here, they were challenged off by Weibo. It was obviously that sort of team that beat them. Now Weibo are faltering a bit. Who can be the team that can beat them becomes the question, because they have got better, but unfortunately their opponents seemingly haven't yet. Buddy boy, are back at bank one more time today. On our 3rd game, we had a break, but no, we immediately return with Elevate opening on their attack.
Well, we have seen this Elevate team on bank already this stage. It was during our opening playday. We seen them beat Arrival 7 in a 7-1 stomp. Remember, that was the resets. 1v5 ace clutch, which was, one of them. We then seen Elevate go into the next time they played bank, and that was literally the next playday. And they beat Fury 7 rounds to 2. And then guess what? They went into the next game. They also played bank. They beat Weibo 7 rounds to 3. And then they played Clubhouse the game after. But as you can see, this stage, 3 banks, 3 wins, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. I mean, does that mean it's going to be a 7-4 today? Is that the prediction?
Hey, we might find that out. Daystar, that's down to them to try and be the difference maker. Can they finally shake a team that has just sort of kept itself screaming and careening forward? Ahead of them as well, obviously, Elevate. They've got LFO and they've got Latent Dragons. They're not in a horrible sort of position to be able to take this one over the edge. They're on, I think, currently 11 points because of the one sort of OT that they were dragged towards, obviously. Against SoulsHeart of all teams. Which, I say that as if it's like a negative, but I'm only saying that in the context because they have struggled this split. We've just seen them get their first win. But then we've obviously already seen Elevate go up against, you know, Weibo. And sort of 7-3 day at the office. Fury, 7-2 day at the office. At this point, as you sort of said, could this be the 7-4 to fix the problems? Because Daystar are a top team, it's more likely to be. I'm seeing the lower teams have the surprise. Hate this hatch. Get rid of it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can see that they're moving in, just doing their standard setup you expect in the basement. I was expecting that you were going to chime in about the hatch.
I wanted to make the hatch straight. I'm not going to immediately...
Straight into where the money is.
Straight. I mean, think about it. People in chat, if you missed my rant earlier, what's the point of that hatch if you design this building?
You know what you need to do? You know what you need to do? You actually need to play a Denari and then just trip everything underneath that hatch. Really lead into it.
Just be like, look, it's just not safe. Anyone who banks with this bank is stupid. We go in. On towards the top, and we have a Skoposh, which is a chance and a Valkyrie that is hurt, but so is Resets. Souffle is going to try
every time. Sean Connery. Every time. The way you say it.
Can't resist.
Can't get over it.
What was I watching that? I was watching something that had Sean Connery in the other day, but I cannot remember. Oh, Indiana Jones. Great movie.
Yeah, oh, well, of course. How can you forget that?
No, I mean, he's in so many great movies, but I was like, what was I watching? Indy. A minute gone. A bit of a trade between Souffle and Resets, and Joe waiting for the chance to fight here. On towards the garage, hiding behind the wheel, but Resets just going to cover his own
I like this.
Motion.
Oh.
Let's go the info out of there.
I mean, yeah, go for it. That's what I don't get. You've gave up garage control. Is you're just going back and forth switching, which I know I find that a little bit weird. And obviously he has the nade, so he can just nade away shells that may have been left there. But Joey's just doesn't really know how he wants to play this. But oh no! Never mind, Resets goes down somehow to Joe. Joe didn't take a point of damage, by the way, which I find insane. Ion is in!
Yeah.
Oh dear!
He's in the site. He just gets the kill on towards the side of garage. He's inside the site. The Blackbeard's able to swing round one. Seal does get one. He's had some big games, and there's Pikanzu getting one of his own, but Ion just appearing in the site there. Daystar held on, caught those opening kills. Elevate tried to just send it for the final. There goes Azuki. Look at the positions here of the two remaining. They know where the kit is. They've pulled themselves a bit further back. They just have to make sure that they stack up together here. They cannot let Ion find 2 kills, and that's exactly what they've done. The drone goes in first. The concern, the spray around, but there's the tighter angle position held. They know exactly where he is. He's going to try and just feed on. He can't. Daystar. Yeah, the last two in a 2 versus 1. Don't take risks. Hold on, locked in. Keep it flat and ready to go. I mean, Daystar, opening round.
A weird way to start it, though.
Yeah.
Like, really, I mean, this, not a single bullet of the DMR hit, by the way. Full HP. Ion just appeared like a magician in the site. But, I don't know, for Elevate, it was certainly a different approach. Like, it wasn't a traditional take that we see typically go in towards server. Also went for a back take and just tried to force the shield down through it in hopes that the shield will take the ground, create a bit of chaos, which I think to an extent, you know, they do that, but Daystar stabilized very, very well. They got their kills when they needed to. So that's the basement locked out. Now, obviously, we haven't touched on the bans. I mean, the attacker bans are so, like, left field, by the way. Like, a lion ban is already... What? A lion? I know I made the rant about the DMRs, but it's
you did. They heard
the lion ban.
They had that rant. Buddy, they are on your side. Subscribe to the YouTube
Flores,
videos.
even the Flores is, I know, really good for, like, doing the little kind of trick shot that you can do jumping off the rooftop into blow up the castle barricades. I know that's a thing, but does it warrant a ban? No. I don't think it does. So very weird bans.
Well, I think the thing with the Flores is if you know a team likes to play Flores, there is some accessibility. Think about if you're attacking the basement and you can try and catch like however many Goyo canisters without needing to be a Twitch drone making your way around. And like there is use cases for a Flores. A Flores and a Lion is a particular pair. I think it's like that's two like yeah okays at the same time, which makes it a yeah why? Which because we all know maths. Daystar.
Sometimes.
Yeah. The Brava. Up on the board. The Brava. Off the board. There goes the first drone. Sort of fed into the waiting more of somebody on the bottom of square. Zuki that's just going to try and creep their way around, but might come up underneath. They've obviously gone undetected for now, but nobody's hit the noise of the beepers, and there was obviously some drone game. Seems like the Jaeger has just pulled themselves apart with the Ella watching some semblance of support here on the main stairs. The Monty on their way up the spiral. Nobody currently in the jacuzzi. What am I on about? Different map. It's a elevator. Not in the elevator position, but they do find their way there because, like me, they also just remembered it existed and the word for it. Oh, we've seen this play before. The absolute crash on towards that player inside is potentially going to start to cook, but as Zion gets dropped, Azuki underneath is going to alert some warning that maybe they can't quite do this yet. Do they know? Oh, they do! Seal! There was nothing there to distract Stemp. Oh, even to distract Seal. Gets the easy pick up onto Stemp. Psycho just got knifed by Souffle. So the Monty turned their back to whoever was on towards the banana position. Elevate. What's going on?
See, this is the issue with playing a repeated map. There's going to be a lot of info, a lot of obviously VODs that teams can look at and use against you, and I think this is one of those occasions. Daystar know exactly the take the elevate's going for. Everyone's ready in the right positions. You made it difficult to remove that player inside of elevator. You've got plenty of counters to the shield. You've got the Ella. You've got the Echo. You're just ready for it. 100% Daystar are going about this the right way.
Well, 2-0. 2-0 up for Daystar. Solid opening here across these, including that round where it's just, as you said, they seem to have a great idea of what's happening. They slowed things down piece by piece. They were well sort of attuned towards the approach and just shut it down. Procedurally, they knew exactly where they sort of wanted to be some focus and some attention and some position, and credit for the roaming Jaeger of Zuki to just make that push when they did. As they then were trying to, I said it at the time. I'm having 50 thoughts at once here. I said it at the time when they were going to try and jump their way up elevator, there needed to be a distraction on towards that player. It was too easy for them to just turn around. Seal went, pop, you're dead, and then back towards it, and then Monty pops up then. Here, nothing. There was nothing to stop this. It was at this moment he knew he messed up. Or the...
very good production. Very good.
And then the Monty shows up, and then the Monty has to back away because there's nothing to help him contest that person elevator, and then he gets stabbed by an Echo. Yeah, just a bit scruffy here from Elevate.
The kills aren't favoring them either, just the 3 kills in the 2 rounds. But now this is the 3rd choice bomb site. See how Daystar want to castle the Izami, so great operators for fortifying the open area and kitchen side of things. Also a bit of a wild card pick. I mean, the Alibi comes in, who is probably the most worthless defender in the game, apart from the fact that she has a shotgun pistol. Probably the only saving grace that she has, because a lot of operators obviously lost their bailiff.
I just love we have an alibi. They are the worst. They are worthless.
Yeah, they are worthless. I'll stand on that. It's. I mean, the gadget is. Who's getting caught out by an alibi clone?
Yeah, I mean, okay, but to offer the opposite end, it's sometimes not about the alibi clone, but it's about placing the alibi clone in either a hop-in position or a place where they have to have a firefight through.
Yep. Frostmat, Denari trips, Capcans, replay C4.
Yeah. Those are
how many things? They're so much better.
Yeah, those are pretty good. Those are pretty good. I can't deny that. However, funny.
No.
Okay, the blinds come out. Across the top of the site, they've rolled quite a few, but it's an easy pick up there. Watched, waited, and capitalized on that flanking player, but Gansu does get one back here. They know about Eye on the Nook. Crept their way up. They still have some hold on towards stock. Resets does find one. There's Raps with another, and here is that elevate we sort of come to expect. Suddenly only 2 players of Daystar left, and one of them is above the site. Probably not long for this world. You can see 3 elevate players waiting on pretty much every single angle, and a call comes together. They are fully aware of their location here, and where do you go? At that point, what do you watch? Other than the inevitable. Seal, all that's left, wants to try and lean into an early fight here before he tucks back in towards the site, because if he sits in the site, he'll get surrounded. He's hoping he can at least get one before that becomes the case. As the wall falls, he wouldn't even really be able to escape anywhere in towards the site as well. So, his only hope is the surprise, and unfortunately doesn't get the opening one. Well, he was fooled by an alibi clone. As a barbed wire kills somebody else. Perhaps gets one. Where was the barbed wire kill? Was that...
Beepers?
Okay.
I don't know how he's died to it.
These things happen.
Yeah, the alibi, wow. Honestly, I'm surprised that, Azuki didn't just stand still on the stairs. Maybe he would have believed that was the alibi clone on the stairs. That's what I find crazy, Emma, You're telling me that the attacker just, panicked there? Oh, crazy work.
The attacker just knew that was the real one. Yeah. How they did that, I don't know. It might
I actually missed the tech that, I'm pretty sure it was attempted at Pro League where you'd place the alibi clone and you'd stand in it.
Yeah.
But then you'd have to run no attachments and on the gun. That's the only thing.
There was the other thing as well, where you'd place an alibi, and then they would shoot through it, and then it's fake, and then as they tuck and reload, you walk into where it was.
Yeah. Or even better, you just place you place 3 alibi clones in a square, and then you stand in another corner, and it's just which one am I? Oh, what a bad operator. Damn.
No, I was remembering the other day. This is entirely unrelated to this, but I guess it's shooting through things. You know when the observation blockers were accidentally slightly bulletproof?
Oh, yeah.
It was fun. You could lay a few in a row. I think it was like 7, and then the bullet wouldn't hurt you or kill you.
Am I also right in saying that Alibi is one of the very few operators that has been out for so long that has never received the change to its gadget? I don't think Alibi's ever received the change.
I guess
and that's been an Alibi came out in what, year 3? Didn't she?
I guess it depends what you mean by change.
An actual buff or nerf to the gadget. I think the gadget has been the same since it got released.
Oh yeah, the gadget is operated exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the only thing. She's never had any love, which is surprising. Make it so you flick a switch and then you could TP to the fucking. You could TP to the clones.
That's how much you hate Alibi. You've only gone and done it, Alibi.
Fine, Fabian's done it before. I'm fine.
Yeah. Oh, we've all done it.
That's fine.
Remember in Brazil, everybody did it, and I usually never do it, but everybody else did it. So I was like, why not? Live a little. It was fun. Yeah, maybe they just need to give her 10 of them. 2-1. Daystar have themselves holding on, waiting. Now, there's a lot of potential late destruction. This is when I talked about the Flores could be good, because think about having a Flores right now and that lineup of ops on the right. You can instantly remove this power position, get rid of the ADS, done, or anything on the other side of this. You could get in, get rid of the Maestro cams, the Goyo canisters. This feels like the targeted response as to why they've got rid of both the Flores and also the Brava. Both of them removed to make this site, this hold, potentially as strong as possible. Demo. Now, with obviously the Kaid and the Clash missing, there's going to be some limitations to how long they can hold on towards the hatches and that little flanky roam game they like to do, so they're not doing it. All of the players from the side of Daystar back on towards the site, sitting, waiting, and hoping. Now, this could be a problem, though. Resets. He's 1-3, but he loves to fight like this. But maybe Azuki does, too. Pressure on and a drop down in towards the elevator. Will hit the Goyo and go for it. On towards the vault drop as well at the same time. They're trying to strike hard and fast as pressure comes down on towards the bottom of the main stairs. Now, Joe goes for a little bit of a tuck and a rotate. He's got himself into a slightly narrow position, but there's one. Can't get the second as Raps and Reset and Stamp all pop alive and pull lives themselves. This, a flank on towards it. Gets an easy pickup. Looks for the second. Can't find it as Stamp just secures it as a Tachanka against the world. Spraying either side. Gets one more. It's just Resets left. They're aware of the position. There's 19 seconds. It's ring around a Violent Rosies. The Tachanka holding on. 34 bullets. All the time in the world. He's keeping a distance, because it's the smart thing to do. The pings, the reveal, the revival resets.
Oh, he's aimed head height. If he had aimed crouch height, he would have killed him. Just one of them. Crosshair placement, very important. But yeah, just didn't expect them to be crouching around that corner, but Resets, well, he was there. Look, you can see that push from Elevate. I think that's what they wanted to do the very first round, wasn't it? It was that back take. Things went a lot better for them. Obviously, Garage was captured, which I think was probably the biggest shift there. Was having that person in Garage cutting off the crosses, as we know. Really good trade game, though, from Elevate as well. As soon as one player fell, they were able to get that immediate trade, well, until this kind of happened, which is a little bit sketchy, but still. Reset's able to clutch up, which is the important thing. But yeah, 2 rounds in a row for Elevate. Now they're starting to bubble, aren't they? Starting to cook.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's almost this moment where obviously if that round had gone away from them, very narrow sort of margin, a 1 versus 1. We've had some great rounds of sort of premonition and prediction and plays from the side of Daystar. We complimented how they had reacted to the way Elevate likes to approach this map. That came down to a clutch. That came down to a brawl. And if that sort of round goes to Daystar, that is so energizing. That is the one where you go, oh, we're not just beating them on one side of this game. We might be able to pull them on the other as well. And that is the energy you need to go against the top dog team, regardless of the sort of difference of points of position. Now, obviously, Raps has been that sort of tour de force player for Elevate this map so far. Sort of the big difference maker. There's been a couple of moments from the other players, but Reset's getting himself even off the back of that single round so far as well. With the 2K means that he's starting to get himself alive, and he gets to be energized from the back of a clutch when things weren't quite connecting. Quick pressure on towards top square, hoping his army leans out a bit wider, but well, there's the reveal. There's a man in the plants, and he's got a gun.
This has got early control off square, so they start seeing if they can maybe work that breach. They have the Selma, they have the ranged hard breach, so should be opened up fairly quickly. But the main thing here for Elevate, just don't give those picks away. On this top floor, whenever we're dealing with Windows enemy, we always think about if you have the extra man who can maybe hit a backstab. You know, have the extra man who can maybe walk up a staircase. That's kind of what we're after with this top floor. So yeah, don't give away the picks early in the round. We know that the defenders are obviously going to be a little bit worse for wear, just based on the layout of this bomb. So I mean, just 3 players in the rappel. You can't actually play in the bomb sites, which I always find very funny. It's, you know, you've chosen a bomb site, you can't play in it. You have to work around it. That's the fun catch with this bomb site sometimes. But that's big. Psycho, I believe he's been able to take out the player inside of Janitor. Is that who he's killed?
Yes. Yep. Janitors is gone. Just tucked all the way in the corner.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, see it now. Didn't see it.
And now the second goes down, holding on towards the long desk that is just sort of traded back and forth. But Seal does find Ion.
It's the player in square.
And now resets gets Kanzu. It kind of weirdly traded these kills. They're positioned all the way across the top floor, but a Stemp gets the end of Seal and just tries to push on. Look at Elevate, just crouching, clearing. That was clinical swap motions at the end there.
Just straight on it, aren't they? I mean, they don't let up, like, the pressure. They keep it rolling, don't they?
Yep.
As soon as they've got that just drop of blood, they're literally like a pack of sharks. Is that the correct terminology? Is it a pack? Is it?
That's a different team.
What's the plural of sharks?
Well, I know school is fish and sharks are big fish, so maybe it's
Plural
college.
Of shark. It's definitely not it.
No, but that was good, right? That was clever.
A group of sharks is called a shiver.
Okay, why?
I don't know. I didn't know that.
I like the idea of
a group of sharks is called a shiver.
Yeah, I didn't know it, right? I didn't know it, and language is all made up. Words is all made up. That's a fun thing. But then you sort of look at that and go, why did they do this? Why did they go, this should be a shiver? Why? Me timbers? That's boat related? Is that it? I don't know. The Siege universe is a universe without doors.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Elevate. 3 rounds in a row. Unfortunately, the old didn't quite net a result there, but they're not going to change things, Demo.
No.
Although they do have a roamer on the top floor now. I'm going to assume that's Joe. But how...
Here's the thing. As soon as they get spotted, he's dead, because there's a Deimos. And immediately, you're not getting back to site. They're already in open area. Flanks are going to be cut off. It just depends if Joe can survive. That is the main thing here.
They are moving very fast to try and clear the site and the hatches here.
Yeah, good free place.
This could be something that can maybe get some awareness in towards the roamer, but as they try to set resets on fire, Seal having a great game so far and does get revenge for the 1 versus 1 last time round.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. I don't think resets was ready for that. I mean, technically, whenever I take garage there, mate, I don't expect the Chanka to be flaming me off while I'm buying a car.
Des, put it in your thread.
Exactly. We've literally got another goal. Yo, stops him from getting out of garage. But still, it's a good kind of start here for Elevate. Yes, I know that they may have lost that garage pressure, but they're actually moving through the util pretty quickly. I mean, now they're onto the blue stairs. They're already burning the smokes away. They've got all of the smokes gone. All they have to do is get rid of the Goyos and they kind of open themselves up where they... Oh, dear, that's not good. Ion have to be hitting those, but still a good trade. But they've lost that shield. So moving in through the bomb site's going to be pretty tricky now about that shield.
50 seconds left. 3 versus 3. They're just going to have to try and send it close. Use the grenades to clear out any utility that's on the other side of this. And the Tachanka is the sort of man of the moment. I'm not sure if any Maestro cams are still in position to deny and delay this approach. But he's got to watch the hatch drop. He's got to have the keen awareness that somebody's going to try and hit it. And when they hit it, it's not going to be easy for them to try and get a snap back. 2 players above it. Is one of them going to rotate to the stairs? It does seem so. Oh no, in fact, just the other hatch. The roll through comes. The flash on towards the player, and there's the motion. They're inside the site and behind, and still driving. There's the drop on the hatch. The pre-fire on towards the Maestro, who couldn't quite connect to Stamp Cuz visit. It's back and forth, but now just Joe left. Tentacle 1 versus 1. A good pop on the pipe and a pre-fire round, but they're going to stick the plant. He needs to drive in. He's a second too late with a pistol. That's the reload. It's a corner pistol as well. They're well aware it's a 5-bullet showdown for the other Psycho. It's all he needs. 5 bullets.
What a mess. What an absolute mess. Elevate, I have to give credit to them. Really smart play again. Yeah? Realizing that we lost, you know, the shield, getting that plant down is going to be really difficult. You could see that, you know, there was a little bit of a gap where the Deimos maybe could have just planted on the side door, but he realizes that I can't really do that because I don't have a shield, you know, to put in my back. That's where Blackbeard would have been the correct operator to place. But because you lost a Blackbeard, you kind of have to go for kills. And that's what they did. They pushed in, they picked up the kills, they killed the Tachanka, which was the important one. Then they can try and stick the plant, and it's just a scrappy 1v1, which we've had 2 of them now in the basement. So you do have to, you know, Hearts kind of go out there Daystar that they've lost 2 of them. But still, for Elevate, that's what I mean. Players on that team, they can clutch. That's the Brazilian firepower that you get with this team.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
4-2 Daystar, and what felt like hope, what tasted like a delicious start of a success story, has unfortunately drifted away into where we are. So, there's still a chance for them to pull themselves back. There's still more of an opportunity to battle, but as they find themselves with the pressure and the mantle of attack and having to take it and take portions of a map away from Elevate, you start to worry that we might hurtle towards our first quicker result of the day. Starting here.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse.
Now they have themselves on the stretch, and everything on the sort of setup here from Elevate with the Mozzie pests, with the ability to sort of play themselves around the Valkyrie, screams that they want to put the pressure across the entirety of Bank and make sure Daystar feel uncomfortable wherever they try and pop themselves into.
This will set the tempo. This will be quite an important round just to see if Daystar are really up for the task. Don't forget that this is a basement. You would look at the layout of where these defenders are. You wouldn't believe that, but no, it is a basement. It's just they went for a massive roam game. They've extended not just into open area, but even in towards tellers and archives. They're trying to maintain control of that entire mid floor and really make Daystar work for this attack. They're going to have to use a lot of util, a lot of manpower, I'm sure. Nobody's going to get away from this in a 5v5. Bodies will be hitting the floor. Just depends who comes out on top.
Well, Joe gets one. There was almost a chance to fight back through. They used the impact to get some attention, but it's Souffle that suffers. And next, Stemp had the cover. They thought they could get a pinch on that player inside the kitchen, but has otherwise been removed. Ooh, that's sneaky. Bit of an awkward one to have to get out here. They'll either have to take the damage to try and fight resets, but I don't think they know that resets cross the other side. How aware are they? About that aware, Demo.
Getting caught out one by one. They're not setting themselves up as well for trades. This is the issue with what I'm seeing from Daystar. How is Resets not being killed immediately? They're just going in one by one, feeding him kills. A triple. Out of nothing, really. They didn't really move his feet. He stayed in one room the whole time, 3 different angles.
I mean, it's just filthy here. Azuki is left, but not for long.
Yeah,
there's a 4K for resets.
That's a cheat code, that's it.
You know, I said he had like a slow start. Yeah, that changed.
There's an absolute cheat code over here for Elevate. How they've got him over here is insane. Really, honestly. Like, one room, 3 different angles, 3 kills.
It's ludicrous. But also, you know, it's... You can talk about how brilliant it is, and it is brilliant, right? How he gets himself in towards the fights, how he's able to take them, and just his gun skill is pretty insane. But it's a combination of 2 things. One, his team setting himself up for that, being in the positions around to support. Obviously, you had the one that was in sort of open area, Souffle offering support, the one that was in the kitchen area offering support. It means that they can direct some of the attention controlled. But 2, Daystar just handing him those engagements one at a time. He stepped into those fights. They didn't step into him, right? He swung on the first door, swung onto the player on main stairs, and then swung onto the one on archives. They were waiting for something, and he didn't want to wait. And they obviously weren't waiting properly for him because, well, he pre-fired and won them. So 5-2. He was at 1-4 at one point. Now he's at 9-4.
Hell yeah. Resets. He's just that guy.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Bank is, I mean, it elevates the main. It really is. 5-2 they lead. Just the same as what we've seen in week 1, 2, and 3.
10 seconds to go.
Elevate dominating. Why they sit top of the table, and they're looking to extend that lead even more so. I do wonder if they take all 3 points here, so that puts them at 14. How does that leave the gap? 14. Does that guarantee them top 2?
It's got to be, right?
Oh, depending on the Weibo result later on today, there's still that possibility. So
yeah.
I think if they get the 3 points, puts them at 14. Daystar can't catch them, who are currently third, who'd be the only team that could. Depends of Weibo. So that's what it comes down to. But still, Elevate. I mean, Elevate would also have to lose all of their games, don't forget. And if you look at Elevate's next fixtures, they've got LFO, and then they go into Latent Dragons. So yeah, I think they'll be okay.
Elevate here. On the hunt for more and more. Souffle. It's quick in. Holding on towards this sort of bout of pressure here. At this point, it seems like, as I said, Elevate are the ones that are anticipating these engagements. Even though they're on the defense, they're hunting for them. They're swinging into them. Almost beckoning them in. A bit of early pressure. We talked about the Flores drone, the ban and utilization, I guess, for the side of Daystar. It's something that has some drive, and here's a great usage of it. There goes that sort of power shield position on the top, and Raridor adding some separation. Ooh, Ion.
That's a Glaz.
I mean, gets a good bite out of Glaz there. Maybe shouldn't have. Glaz couldn't quite connect 2 bullets together. But Ion's allowed to live, but how much of a life has he got? A big bullet hole in him. His next engagement is going to have to be as clean as possible. At the same time, though, it still doesn't confirm them the kill. That's the big part. He escapes. They have to re-drone, recheck, and re-secure this area. Souffle, he's going to be the one that steps in towards the mantle, and as Ion fully reveals it to himself, Souffle's out of there. And 50 seconds demo. Glaz sitting, watching, and waiting. But you can't just sit here and wait for the round to win.
Need to get in. Need to go for the plant. But, I mean, if you're leaving players downstairs who've got C4s, that's probably what they're scared of.
Well, Ion gets one. Stemp gets one as Joe gets a bit of revenge. Wants to try and swing down onto the long corridor, but resets as the backline can see right through this bit of pressure. Somehow Stemp
baits him.
Baits him, swings round, perfectly picked up. Joe's able to get themselves one. A 2 versus 2. Both of them quite hurt, though, and Psycho on the Echo. Could have potentially a drone, but they don't have the kit. Picked up, has to run their way around. A 2 versus 1. Psycho, all that is left. 7 seconds. The plant is being secured. Can't cover the distance.
Hello?
Joe, what a round for the Glaz.
Just waddles about on 2 HP and just gets a quad. I mean, like, really, what did he do that was crazy? Just hit his shots. Wow. I mean, what happened to Elevate? I mean, I'm really shocked that Ions went for that flank. What? Why would he not just stay below with a C4? I mean, nobody's going to go down and contest you. You can just sit inside of archives and just C4 them as they walk in. You've got info for the plant. That's what I find strange about that. Ion challenging with the gun. Yes, he got a kill, but immediately trade it out, where I just think the presence of a C4 downstairs would be so much more vital, I feel.
Yeah, totally agree. And it could be a sign of sort of overconfidence in some manner. It could be the idea of, like, let's just mop this up. Let's get ourselves to 6-2. Let's push this one out. I can beat him. I can take him. Just toe-to-toe. If you peek a Glaz outside and you do as much damage to them as they do to you, you're feeling pretty confident. Apparently that just invigorated the Glaz, who then went and absolutely destroyed the rest of the round. But still, it's that sort of moment where you kind of just need to put a pin in it. It's right, the game's not done. Daystar is still a third-place team. Regardless of how the game has gone, they have the chance to bite them back in. Here, now with a 2-round difference, either way to the end of the game or to tying things back up, it's long-range chance on a Carly to just try and scream some control here over the top floor. The quick take towards the castle barricades above. And a clash that might make a friend with a big gun as Joe actually suffers the first on the window.
Maybe Elevate just, maybe they let that round slip because they know that they need to win 7-4, you know, for the theme. Do we ever think of that? An option?
Yeah, could do, yeah. I mean, we've had games where people have needed very specific scores before, and those scores have happened.
Yeah. But 7-4 just to be cool, I guess. But they mean Daystar. How are they going to approach the open area? A jump in copy, immediately sent right back out of it. Raps is in sight, the lone man in sight, but still able to lock it down. See Stimp upstairs, just buying a bit of time, bit of information. Of course, has that hatch, so he is completely safe. Oh, even a pre-place as well. That is going to be pretty tasty. Because the Clash is going to invite in the players just to try and rush in, but nope. In goes the nade. That C4 may be a bit of a waste now. Still, wasted a good amount of time upstairs. You know, really a minute left. Need to try and get the quad wall open as well, don't forget, but don't have any hard breach for it, so I mean, we've talked about it time and time again. We've literally seen it in our first game here today. I mean, a player on that quad wall can do, you know, amazing things if allowed to do so.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, with not a huge amount of time left, all of the chance at getting this locked down is starting to work in their favor. They still have 3 smoke canisters from the side of Rap, more than enough to just cover the drop onto this hatch if he wants, but see if Psycho can be the one to pinch the next play. They've held on tight on towards Peepers. They have guns in every direction. They have themselves pretty confidently locked, and they still have a clash as well, so they can be very positional with their defense. Daystar, as said, the worry of if they can try and take some initiative here is getting closer and closer towards it. 15 seconds. It's just a hatch drop and send it, and as I said, the smoke canisters are popping off. The Clash is on the watch on the back. They've had to drop directly in towards the smoke itself, and now they're going to try and send their way round, but where and what and why? No one's in the sight, really. There's the hatch drop. There's the swing round. There's a couple of kills that actually suddenly go their way. Souffle's going to try and secure the plant. They're going to try and move their way up. They're not entirely sure where the cover is. Seal! Just popping up! Seal! Popping off!
How? Just how? 4v4, 15 seconds left. 3 players having to drop the hatch. 1 guy copy window. Seal jumping in copy window. I'm not going to sit here and downplay it. That, you know, yes, he's done very, very well to get those kills and just keep his team in and alive. And again, Seal was the best performer on this team by far, and he's still performing here today. But being allowed to jump in copy window whenever there's 2 players inside of kitchen is criminal. Absolutely criminal.
Oh, I mean, a huge round that shouldn't have been theirs. Let's sort of be honest about it. And remember the fact that there was that 1 versus 1 round. Daystar almost won earlier. We could sort of be on the other side of the swing here. We could still be Daystar 1 round ahead. So those were the sort of rounds that energize you, that invigorate you. And yeah, fine. A couple of players a bit behind the pace. But when you're having Seal and Joe have the game that they are, making up that distance and difference, I mean, huge opportunity here for Daystar. Force the timeout from Elevate, force them to have to stress about it and think. They've gone from, you know, what was it? All 5 of Elevate's rounds are in a row. They've broken that mold, found 2 of their own, retaken the pace, and forced them to have to slow down and stop. Yes, one of the rounds was a 4K, one of the rounds was a 3K. They're still their rounds. They're still rounds that they've taken. They're still mistakes that Elevate have made.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Elevate, they need to sort of level themselves a bit. Bring themselves back to an even that feels so long ago at this point.
5 seconds left before insertion.
We go back down to the basement demo.
That we do. And last time, it was just a bit of a reset round. Just kind of killed them all. And I mean, it's going to be a different approach. It's not going to be, I think, the same extent of a roam game. Like, you don't see that same extension in towards tellers and archives. I think you just have a bit of a soft hold in towards elevators, nobody in towards open area. You can see the lineup, they're a lot more focused on hatch denial and also just plant denial in general. You've got the smoke, you've got the Goyo, the Cade makes an appearance, which the Cade is going to be quite a big issue here, really, for Daystar. They have nothing to remove that Cade plot unless they can get themselves into server and try and get a nade onto it, or if it's placed incorrectly, you can just shut it off from the server door. But again, very tricky to do so. But overall, I just think the Elevate, just going to try and play almost the meta. Again, this is what we're used to. Plenty of denial, play into that. You've also still got roamers. I mean, if these roamers aren't going to go and check, they could go wandering. They could go take a little stroll in towards tellers and maybe look for a flank onto the players in towards blue. So it's a very dangerous setup for Elevate, and Daystar really have to know what they're doing because they could run into a lot of problems.
The Psycho is beat out a little. There's nobody to try and batter against it. Oh, but there is that. Pikanzu. Missed drone, missed moment, and Stemp off and into position now that they're just going to have to re-drone. Now they are aware of each other. And Stemp wins that as well. Seal took the risk, as you said, dropped the kit. They had the Deimos, they couldn't get the tracks in time, and then they've left once again back into sight. We talk about moments that can be round defining. There is probably one.
That's it. That's the round done. No way Daystar ever getting back into this. The only thing that they have are the back hatches, which are being watched by the Goyo and the Mozzie. One guy in Garage who is still yet to get in Garage. He's got 2 players he has to go up against, holding them down. The DMR trying to find the feet. Again, Cade just doesn't need to swing, but he does. But still, another kill came in, though. Psycho was able to get Joe. I believe he dropped in through the elevator. Maybe a swing up the hatch. I don't know. And, yeah, that was never going to work. Rounds with the shotgun close. Yeah, just a complete lockout round from Elevate. All of the back of Stemp.
I mean, Stemp's sort of been silently racking up numbers this game. He always generically has been for the team as well. Like, yeah, there've been some big sort of rounds and big sort of moments, and he's not the one that's getting 3Ks or 4Ks as other players have throughout this game, but he just keeps being able to get himself stuck into these engagements, right? This was, I think, even his first interaction with the opening kill as well. He's never really been the first push, and to get that, to know to move upstairs as well on the back of the mist drone, force them to have to root you out on the other side of the map. They have somebody they don't expect to be in a confrontation. It's the person with the kit. They're suddenly now the front line in a 1 versus 1 that they have to sort of take, and it goes wrong, and it's just very well played from Stump. And then to rotate back down towards the site as well and not get caught. It's just experience and into great control of the space there. 6-4 elevates. They stop Daystar from really getting going. There's still only 2 rounds in it. If Daystar can replicate how things went before, obviously they lost lockers, and then they won CEO, and then they won Staff and Open. Here we are, losing lockers, back to CEO. There's always the possibility, but for me and my money, it just needs to be between the 3 players that haven't quite pulled themselves even, Pikanzu, Souffle, and Azuki, to try and get a bit of a contribution on the team gun game, because it cannot just be Joe and Seal popping 3Ks and 4Ks that define rounds.
Well, an early entry into the building for Daystar. Looks so they're going to go for the buck below option. We see this be used commonly to try and clear out anyone inside of Janitor. Just go in downstairs, get the skeleton key, do the reverse vertical angles, and of course get that kill onto that very important position, which is typically the one place that you need to clear out before you even think about swinging in through those windows. But for Daystar, just going to try and probe everything, get rid of some util. But you're just waiting for that buck, isn't it? That's the inevitable thing. We're waiting for that skeleton key to come in at some point.
Taking my cover back.
The mobility of Stemp on the Clash. Waiting and
Well, that's a
watching.
stangle.
I know. For those who don't know, that means stinky angle.
Stiff angle.
No. I said what it is first. I really want other people to use it. 6-4. And with 1:30 left. At this point, as I said, I need to see those 3 core Daystar players get themselves stuck in. There's no pressure on towards Stemp from the side of Stock, and he's more than happy to move himself into this position, waiting and watching underneath. Both of them swing! And that's just horrible, waiting for a bus, and 2 of them show up at once and shoot you.
Oh, well. What buses are you taking these days?
It's rough out here. It's rough out here with buses.
Oh. Also, just to add in about the stinky angle, it's also known as a quadsy angle, if it's a bad
Quadsy
angle.
okay.
Quadsy angle is such a classic one as well.
Which would be a quangle.
Quadzang.
Quadzang.
That's another one. Quadzang. Yeah, without that buck downstairs, I mean, Janitor can be retaken, but they're still going to send it anyway in through Connector, but you need to get the kills, and Elevator just doing so well, just sitting on their hands. I mean, they don't need to move.
No, and there's Ion getting one more. They're hopping in and being pushed right back out. I said I wanted to see more from those 3. Both of them are dead, but they're suddenly sealed. Double stacked. There's one more on his right he couldn't quite prepare for. 3 versus 1, all down. Joe with no health. Cannot quite get confirmation. A great fight, but Elevate a better team today. Pretty confidently they secure themselves amongst the top 2. They get another win for their already impressive tally. Hey, Demo, what's that score?
7-4.
7-4.
4 bank. 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4. Means next time, if it's bank, we know what happens. We know what the scoreline is.
Oh, it's down to Shark or Latent. But for now, we're down to a break before we're back with our last game of the day.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello chaps, I'm Mingoran, head coach for Enterprise Esports. Today I have date with Kiwi Daystar. Today we try to Aussie original ice cream. Did you try before?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that
they
good?
copied all our ice creams from New Zealand.
How about this stuff? Did you try that?
They also copied all those.
Oh, it's same. It's so boring date for me. Let's try some ice cream.
You should try this one. or
Okay,
that one.
I will try this one. Paddle pop.
On fire. That's like a rainbow.
Oh, chef's looking shit. It's good. You like that?
I can fit the whole thing in my mouth.
How did you go from casual seas to competing at the top level?
I started in ranked, like a lot of my friends. I was just playing a lot of ranked, a lot of solo queue ranked, and not even on my server. So I lived in New Zealand, but I'd always play on like the Southeast Asian servers. And I'd always run into like these losers like Reaps96 and Hovenhurst. I'd always farm them too, so eventually they got sick of being farmed and they invited me to play. And then we'd just play ranked either every day for nearly 2 years. We'd get like number 1, 2, 3 on the leaderboards, and eventually, you know, when the time was right, their contracts were expiring, I was turning 18, and yeah, we made a team together.
Okay, that's good. Who is best ranked hero in this region, you think?
Me, by
You.
far. I don't think there's anyone close to me in terms of skill, ability to shot call, and passion in ranked. So it's definitely me.
Awesome. Your team is be considering one of the best team in the APL right now.
Probably the best.
What do you
ever.
think you bring to that lineup?
I think what I bring is good looks. I'm pretty handsome. Good brains too. Pretty smart. I'm just a lot better at the game than most of the other players in Asia, so that also helps.
Well, I can't agree that, but okay.
it all. Looking when I walk. Here's my number, call. Pick you like a lock, just to make you crawl. Going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene. Oh, I like the way that they drop that, turn heads. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want hot, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want hot, yes. I like the way wanna play the game, wanna know my name. We make it look so fancy when we're in the place. Stunning, so money, easy like 3, 2, 1 thing. Line I'm cutting, you love me, turn it on like it's nothing. I'm going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene.
Welcome back, and well, here we are with only one more game left in the Playday. Some surprise results and some results less surprising. Demo, who do we think is going to be the one left standing at the end? A 7 versus Weibo.
Yeah, I think Weibo, they'll be out for blood today. Have had 2 pretty heavy losses so far this stage against 2 of the teams that they need to be competing with. That, of course, being Elevate and also Fury. And it's not even the fact that you kind of lost. It's you didn't even get points off them. You know, you lost clean in regular time, both on both occasions that you played those teams. So for Weibo, they have not got any points out of their last 2 games. So they really need to make an impact here. And especially if you've got teams like SharkLFO winning today, who have overtaken them. And even the opportunity, the fact Fury lost today, that kind of leaves a backdoor option here for Weibo, but they have to win. This is such a must-win for this team if they want to get into that top 2 position.
Exactly, and you look across the stats as well, it's not that they've been horrible, it's just that it's also slightly sort of thumb on the scales by the fact that their games that they did win were very convincing. They were very solid in their performances. We thought, oh, this is going to be great. It's another race towards the top, them versus Elevate, and then as things started to go wrong over the past 2 days, they just got a bit worse and worse here. But with their sort of vision on towards the end, with Fury losing as well, so a chance to potentially fight their way back up towards the top 2 from their potential start today. They've obviously got games up against SoulsHeart and games up against Daystar still in hand. After this is the start of a run, but their opponents, Arrival 7, have the opposite problem. The fact that SoulsHeart won means that they're going to be putting a bit more of a distance behind them. The fact that Shark won means that the distance is even sort of more. There's really only tough games ahead of them, and this is the toughest start to it. 3 very, very vital necessary points if they want to try and keep themselves battling for a top 6 position here, and they have to try and take it against Weibo. Demo.
Yeah, I think the issue is with Arrival 7. They've got 3 players in the bottom 5 rated out of all the players this stage. So they're having issues, just their players aren't showing up. I mean, certainly Shinya, you know, not looking too great. Obviously kind of coming into it as a bit of a, I don't want to say unknown, because I think the majority of Arrival 7, a lot of people won't actually know who these guys are. I will say, give credit to the Gallet, who's actually somehow, even though he's in the bottom place team, he actually sits as the 4th best rated player this stage. So whatever he's doing is great. You would just hope that other people would maybe follow suit.
Yeah, I think it's always the tough thing when you're the one that's sort of stepping up. We won't be back in Bank for the 3rd time today. Instead, where will we be? Border. Okay, I feel like I haven't actually cast that this split so far. I know it's still early doors, but usually you get 1 or 2 cheeky borders.
Border, my favorite map. I don't think we've casted it.
No, I don't think we have. We almost had another chalet though. We almost had a double down.
Almost another one, yeah.
Which is fun. We love that. No, Border.
So-
I really enjoy Border. I'm wondering why
worry.
Weibo wanted to come here, not Chalet.
I actually like the fact that Weibo have went Border. And the reason why is I think with a team such as Rival 7, who obviously struggle with getting kills, this is what this map's designed to do. Your trade game needs to be perfection if you want to play Border. You need to be synergized so well. And a Rival 7 have not shown us that at this stage. So I think this is a perfect map for Weibo, is coming into Border, a map where they can just enable their fraggers. You know, we know that this team of Weibo, they have some amazing gunners. Obviously, you think of Reaps, you think of Oven, you think of Turd. I mean, they've got 4 players who currently sit 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th best rated. So they're all in and around each other in terms of, you know, skill and rating wise. They're all very similar. And I just think they're gonna run riot. Honestly, I just think they're gonna run around and just do what they do best.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like this combination, these teams, this team especially on this map, sit back, let's see what happens, right? It's like Beyblades, you know. We're about to let it rip demo, and it's gonna be all over this map. And ban a blitz, and potentially a double shield ban. It's not the most uncommon here. The castle will restrict some of the core sort of movement, and the Azami and the Grim already calling in Maverick.
Bans make a lot of sense. A lot of sense for a map like Border. Again, fast. Aggression is, you know, everything that you want to have on a map like Border. So yeah, you remove the blitz, you get rid of the Grim. And for Weibo, you know, 2 operators which are great at fortifying, you know, different positions in and around that top floor. Border is a map where you have to extend. Border is a map where you cannot just sit in sight and anchor. That is not going to work. It is too small of a map to do so. You need to get your legs out and about. You know, everyone in the world knows you need to roam. You need to have a good fortification strategy. You remove that castle, you remove that Azami. Areas such as Break Room into CC, all of a sudden, do not look very fun to play as a defender. Yeah, Azami in place a lot of her concrete barriers in and around security, and it just makes it really easy to fortify and take good swings. Castle is great at locking down the main hall, and then also in towards Break. You can castle off the big double doors. Without that, really, what do you have? You just have to try and swing. I think Weibo also been very clever in their bans. They have nullified those operators in hopes just to take more and more gunfights. And that's what Rival 7's going to have to do.
Well, talking of take more and more gunfights, Rival 7 almost found the feet of a breakdancing body, but not quite able to make the catch that they wanted to, as they're not quite able to get the lead in that they wanted to. Instead, an early focus, an early draw against removing any of this control here on towards the top. There it goes. Both gates leading in towards Archives, ready for a hold out and a chance at a fight. Why not? You've had one swing out this door. Why not have a second CC swing? No, is the answer as the pressure starts to come on towards the break door. And, well, it feels like pressure's actually coming everywhere. Hey, that's Border. That's how this map plays out. Third gets themselves slow and steady, watched by a teammate's drone up towards the back stairs. They now have themselves some semblance of control. You can hear the hot droning rolling ahead of them step by step. But as the reveal starts to sort of come together, Reaps has some support. They've stolen some parts, and Arpe steals Labyrinth. First kill is theirs. Turd, though, traded back out. Not sure if that was down long, but otherwise, it's going to take time to go and get the recollection. He's not entirely out. He might be a bit of a bait, though. You can see the rotates coming through. Turd's back to his feet, and there's Reaps getting one before Peeps gets another one back. Just either side now at this point. 2 versus 1 versus 1. Okay. Thought that was the end, but not. Reaps is in this engagement, but there's no kit and a minute. They seem to have a decent awareness of each other. Hop down, rotated round. They're inside and moving themselves further and further back. And there it is! Reaps dropped in the engagement. First round. Arise for Arrival 7.
I mean, some absolute cracking shots being hit there. Like, just the Goyo. Essentially the 1v3 wasn't. That's a 1v3 clutch he's just had. Fair play to him. I mean, Weibo just tried to brute force their way in through East and just kept trading kills back for back, but just could not find final player. Reaps choking that out, which, I mean, Reaps should have had him dead the rights in that first engagement over towards Metal, shouldn't it? I mean, how a kill hasn't come in there is insane. Reaps on the attack is oh so dangerous. Currently the best rated attacking player in the league. However, he is then also the worst rated defender in the league.
So that's... I mean, okay, how bad is that? Put it into a context for me.
So... I'm trying to think of a funny way to do it, but I can't. Basically, on attack, 1.8 rated, which is just ludicrous. And then on defense, 0.32. 0.35, sorry. Like, it makes a difference.
I was going to say that...
1.5 rating difference. That's the gap between him on attack and defense.
That is huge.
So, essentially doing everything that he can on the attack, getting kills, left, right, and center. But on defense, you may as well have just a plank of wood.
Well, Peeps is gone. I don't know why it makes me laugh that Reaps kill Peeps and vice versa, but it's going to continually get me the entirety of the rest of this game. Peeps will not fight this time around, though. The first removal and... Oh, popped
nice
up.
AP. Wow.
Back down, AP. Easy take. It's a Labyrinth.
Entry ace. Crazy times.
Theo gets one back, though. And yeah, the entry ace has since then taken off the board. I mean, at this point, they have some of this control above.
Yeah. I think they're in a good spot, though, Weibo. Hatch is open for them, but... Oh, Giffen picks away again. Is just insane. Weibo, just sit in your hands. You don't need to go for the kills. You've got full top floor control of a man advantage. Hatch open to you as well. As long as you can lock down the flanks, you probably just drop into sight and go for a plant. I mean, what denial is there? Like, very, very little. Unless there's... I mean, he's... By the way, he's got 3 Goyo canisters in his pocket.
That's...
Hello?
He needs those.
What are you doing?
Because he drinks he drinks the gasoline to fuel his swings.
Why does he have 3 of them in the pocket?
Oh, he is playing a narrow game here against Reaps on that DMR that he loves so much. Escapes partially. But not for very long. They are desperately trying to get him, and they finally do. They have to drop down to convince it. The grenade will be the end of PO. And now, entirely surrounded inside workshop, there goes one more, and it leaves just in your left. Speakeasy's getting the plant confirmed. But they know exactly where he's coming from at this point. He's hoping he can DMR the first, but Turd shoots right back.
I just have no words for what I've seen. I just don't.
Listen. You never just hold on to your 3 Goyo canisters?
No. No, I don't.
What? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
No, the pros are doing it. I can't be wrong. Hey, Goyo canisters, Goyo players in chat. I don't think there's any canisters in chat. Goyo players in chat. Keep your Goyo canisters in your pocket. The pros do it.
Don't listen to her, by the way. Just chat. Pay no attention. Okay.
Pay no attention to the pro players. Okay, fine.
Obviously, my co-caster is rage baiting. That's simple as that. I'm trying to rage bait it. Not falling for it.
What?
Okay. Yeah. Place your Goyo canisters. Plenty of areas. You think about the window jumping, which I assume is where he places one and only one was on the window. You can place one for the double tellers jumping as well. Yeah, you just put it right in the middle and then you just pop it. Can't jump in through the windows. Place one for blue if you want. Plenty of areas to place it. If you want to roam upstairs, which he was, and use it for like archives upstairs, stop a quick approach, which would have probably helped them as well. You know, different ways you could use those Goyos. Please Do not listen to me.
Okay, fine. But you could hide your Valkyrie, that PO did. How effective it'll be, I mean, you kind of just assume a Valkyrie anyway. It's not going to be the biggest. Whoa, shock horror. Yes.
You see it?
They do have.
What a shot.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Just shoot her in the face. Beautiful first take.
It's literally a game of quick peeks. That's all this map has been. It's just people jiggle peeking each other.
Yeah. It's a shed. As we had these teams, this map, sit back. Ape gets peep, so 5 versus 3. Now, as they're sort of tracked and waiting for an approach here, they're assuming where the danger is going to come from. Deimos, very deadly on a map like this because there's so much soft, both laterally, horizontally, and vertically. Bit of cold inside the tub corral, but won't slow down too much outside of gadget limitations. 1:30, loads of time here for Weibo to just sort of encircle and prepare themselves for the take here. There goes another. 5 versus 2, and it's almost a confidence returning game, I think, this for Weibo, obviously. They've had 2 shakes, 2 shocks, and they just need something to reaffirm themselves. A triple for Ape.
Not even a rotate. Hello? I mean, it's like... I'm sorry. It's not even a rotate that you'd have in the bathroom wall. I don't know what they're doing. This game is...
It's a game. It's a game of Siege.
I feel like the scene out of The Godfather. This is my favorite map. Look how they massacred my boy. Honestly, it's... Oh.
Yeah, I mean... It you know, it's teams that know each other.
Even he looked as though there was a rotate. He was... Wait, guys, what's the rotate here? Like, come on.
There's almost this element of it where they're just having fun with it, which you sort of get, but at the same time, you know, yeah, all right, you're a rival 7, you haven't always had the best run, you're bottom of the board currently, you've sort of rotated in a lot of players this year. I think if you include all the rosters that they've sort of had across the 2025 on their thing, they were a Canadian team, and then an Australian team, and now a Thai team. I think they probably had the most players per org in a year. And here they're just having fun with it, Demo. What's your problem? What's your beef?
I'm not falling for it. Not falling for it.
Okay. Labyrinth. Unable to really get into the game right now. Peeps and Shinya get 1 apiece, but the main missing factor here is Gallet. I said it before, he's one of the top-rated players in the league. He has been the star player for this team, and he's being shut down time and time again. On the other side, Ape, 9-2, which is just a filthy start towards this game over the opening 3 rounds, 3 kills averaged or whatever. He's going to try and catch up as 2 players already dead. PO and Labyrinth gone. And a slowly retreating Shinya getting their way out of their peeps. Playing the swing position, but as the reveal comes out and the catch almost comes in back either side, just walked and waltzed and waddled through that. Could have been caught and probably should have been. There's a fadeaway onto Ape. A very slow fadeaway. With that gun, Gallet hopped up. The C4 is ready for this chance at a fight and forces the player back and further away. They have a chance here to secure this site once again.
See that just a lot of the kills for Weibo just comes from sitting outside and holding, you know, angles in through windows and doorways. And, well, Rival 7 have just kept on swinging them. They've been punished because of that. Oh, almost gets the timing onto Reach. Gallo with that big old DMR shotgun, as I like to call it. Oh, Hoven somehow slips his way in through metal. Nothing stopping him on the approach. Flashbang as well, but they've got full control off the bomb site. Oh, good night, turd. Shinya with a flick on the LMG, but Reaps has rotated all the way around to the other side off the map and is now going for that diffuser.
While a plant, an empty window, and both players dead. I wouldn't have expected a plant in this game, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
In a statement, I wouldn't have expected it. In the only scenario I would have expected it in is if it was like a 1 versus 4 and the 1 was on the other side of the map and they were like, we may as well plant. For it to sort of come in what was a 2 versus 3 or whatever and still be a little bit tense. I don't know, it's a pleasant surprise. It's border, I guess, in some elements, but it's also just how this comes together. Weibo.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
They pull themselves further and further away from that one lost round. Feels like a distant memory at this point. You know, it was a PM in 1 versus 3 as well, so it sort of gives the taste of just how one-sided this game could have been at this point. Weibo don't want to mess around. I said we've had some long games today. This one is currently kind of making up some of the pace, but still early. Just feels...
It's border. I mean, it's border. I said it does focus on, you know, getting kills. Like, this is blatantly a TDM match. I will say, though, I think the bans that Weibo have went for has made it into that TDM aspect. Because you can't sit behind castles, you can't sit behind his armies. The attackers don't have to do great utility clears because of that.
Yeah.
Arrival 7 just need to swing. And that's why I think it's leading into the TDM. Literally, the bans make it play out this way. Because, you know, I still think border, there is a level of structure you need to have. You know, if somebody sat in the Brazil position, for example, we have seen fantastic executes from attackers before, where you demos track them, in goes the capital angles, someone downstairs, shooting them from below. We've seen fantastic, you know, attacks come in on this map. But stuff like this.
Peeps peeped outside.
This is what happens. You know, Peeps knows yeah, just gonna go for it. You know, this is a smoke, by the way. The smoke. Smoke. Yeah. You know?
Peeps had a peep.
Oh, dear.
And he popped. So instead, they try and put the pressure elsewhere. Reaps almost got reaped.
Like, what?
Robbed. C4 to confirm the kill, because, yeah, gets the kill confirmed. They don't have to hop out. Oh, now they know that's on the other side, and a smoke canister makes things even more awkward. And a chance to run out the door. Peeps takes a lot of damage. Trying to pull their way back in, but instead it's the mirror that's going to push their way up as well, because why not send the 1 speed? Well, that might not be why not.
Oh dear. I mean, just sit in your hands, mate, but nope, you've went very aggro. Been punished for it.
Oh my god.
Oh dear, speak easy. He's got 1, and yeah, mate, hold on to your hat.
Okay, Pio gets Hoven. Stops things entirely hurtling out of control. Turd and Speakeasy. All that's left, they have themselves a little glance at the kit. They could probably get control if they make a sprint for it, but the worry is really how much focus they have being put back against them. Labyrinth is watching eagerly outside the door. He's on the opposite side of it. He's playing a slightly weird, wiggly position, and they have themselves a bit of control here on towards Fountain as well. They're not giving it up. They're almost sort of saying, no, we have the man advantage, and we're going to play these deep crosses. We're going to play these sticky situations. There's an entrance and an exit made just as fast, and there's another one for Peep. Arrival 7 can win this site. They've won it twice. The worry is they've also lost bathroom tellers twice. So where else will they go?
Well, it won't be customs, and probably won't be vents, so it's got to be bathroom again. But, I mean, that right there, I mean, like, come on. I mean, they almost let themselves, you know, kind of almost lose control of that round, you know, went into the 3v3, but thankfully they have stabilized. They do get that round over. I'll be honest with you, I don't think... the worst is yet to come, I feel. Because Weibo still have to go on the defense. Yeah. And I can already imagine what that's going to be like.
I think they might play Alibi.
I think it might be 5 spawn peaks right all at the same time. That's what I think it might be from Weibo.
It's not a million miles away from the truth. I'm looking into my crystal ball right now, and I just see violence. So much violence.
10 seconds remaining.
Why did I buy this?
What do the cards say?
Aggression. Speaking out. I've pulled a death upside down.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Have you ever had your tarot read?
Never.
Either have I. I don't want to know what happens to me.
No, that feels like witchcraft.
Yeah. I don't want to know my future.
Exactly. I don't want somebody to say you will die in such and such years. I don't want that.
Well,
especially whenever they predicted how I'll die. Imagine if someone says you will die by a grey car.
Listen,
any grey car, I'll just be sharp feared off.
I know what my diet's like. I know what my lifestyle is like. I'm not living
a grey car. That would be the worst thing as well. My car is grey.
Yeah. I'm not living a healthy lifestyle. I don't want to know how messed up I am. They're just going to be like, see a doctor. I didn't even know I had this tarot card. Labyrinth gets speakeasy. And there's the first. The lion is gone. They don't quite have that support on the push, but to be honest, they've just been face checking and hot droning pretty much all of these anyway. The Pulse really wants to read exactly this bait. They've drawn all the attention away. The drones, there's a bit of the brooch. They just want the player to step in. Just step in and look left. You can win that fight. Oh no! They look down and they step right, and it's either side. There's too many rewards. Turd gets one, Hoven gets the other. Turd gets one more. I wish to eat my microphone.
That's a blink and you miss it kind of opportunity there. Weibo, just a landslide of kills. Turd doing very well to pick up 2 as well. And yeah, Peeps and Gallet just, I really don't know where they go from here. You've got 2 players so separated from one another.
Oh my God.
Over the top rope, Peeps. Clothesline from hell.
This is like...
Peeps.
Some of these plays and moments in a different game would feel super intense and super tense. But it's just been this consistently for 30 minutes. And it'll be this all the way to the end. The full versus 1. The smoke's dead. So now it's the end of the round. And that's the point I was going to make. Whew. Clean. Clean as a whistle.
Some really good shots this game.
Yeah.
Like, really, really good shots. 4-2. Good half. And this is where the fun begins, I think. Obviously, we'll see band dependent. Again, I think that the whole kind of TDM half that we've just witnessed, again, I just think it's down to those bands that Weibo went for. It was the only way Arrival 7 could really go about things. And oh no, the castle comes in again. Effin and Zami. Oh, here we go again. Part 2.
Come on, do it. Done.
Okay. A sequel that nobody's asked for, but here we are.
I think I was like, this is the first border we cast. And this is the border we cast. I like how people might be like, okay, I'm gonna prose this to you demo so I can explain both of our energy right now. Why are we like this about this game on border, which is known as a chaotic map anyway? What makes this so special compared?
I generally just think it's Asia. I just think it's region.
The play style of the region?
I just think it's the region play style. Again, if you go and you look at VP play this map, yeah, you would not see this. This is literally just region dependent on what we're seeing. And also very own brand, I think, for a team like Weibo. Yeah? In their own region, Weibo just run around for the most part. They can play proper Siege, but they choose not to. That's the weird... They can't be bothered to do it all the time. They do it on international competitions, but they don't do it in their own region. That's the bit that gets me. They can play proper Siege, but they just... Nah, not today. We're not up for it. We'll just run around.
Well, if you didn't see that, a quick tech pause. Let's just get things back up and running as soon as possible. 4-2, Weibo. They find themselves in a pretty healthy lead. If you look across the sort of KD, there's only one positive player on the side of Arrival 7 right now, and it's Heerman who's been able to obviously, clutched out one of those 2 rounds in a 1 versus 3. Outside of that, it's otherwise been, unfortunately, shut down as the entry death twice. They haven't quite been able to get themselves stuck in. Then you look on the other side, and it's the opposite. The only negative player is Speakeasy, who plays that backline role. 2 and 3, they're not entirely lost in the water, but otherwise it's just been solid standard performance. It's just been locking in round after round after round. There's a very fun statistic about this as well, in the cost of everything. 4 players. Hey, we're back in. No, we're not. 4 players are on 83% cost on the side of Weibo. 1 player is on 50. Who do you think that player is? Think about the answer. I'll answer it after this quick break.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Is that good?
That one's kind of default.
Ooh.
It's just lemonade.
Lemonade.
This one is like less default, but up to you.
That, how to say that? New pedal pop.
Yeah, pedal
that
pop.
That is good. How do you feel about the newcomer in Asia?
There's not that many newcomers in Asia. Like, a lot of teams recycle the old players. When there are newcomers, I usually like bullying them, especially on their first game. Get unlucky and verse us on their first game, then I just love bullying them in the all chat, in the game, shooting their bodies, and it's hilarious. When you're a newcomer, getting welcomed to the league by getting dumpstered is a good experience.
Newcomers import roster. How about that? About your thing about that?
I don't like them personally. That's why I try my best to always win against the import rosters and make sure they can't, get the free spots out of Asia and out of the rest of APL. It's always good to see import rosters lose.
Mr. Protector, you saved our region now. That's good.
Oh.
What are you hope for stage 2, and how far do you think you and boys can take it?
For stage 2, I hope we win the league, but winning the league, it doesn't really stop there. We still need to go to the major qualifier in Australia, and after that, we still need to perform good in Munich as well. So I'm hoping we get first place for stage 2 in our own league. I'm hoping we win the major qualifier, hopefully with the first seed as well. And then I'm hoping we at least get top 8 in Munich, because I don't want to go backwards.
That's cool. Without your team, who is best team in APL now?
I would say probably Fearx, and I think they have the most potential and they're in the best form right now, apart from us. Other than that, I don't think there are any other good teams in the APL, to be honest. Oh, no, those guys left.
Wait, GG?
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it.
OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. You're my world, 모두 다 스쳐갔던 날. 영원한 your generation. 너를 나의 미래, 너를 담은 내래. No, it's your generation. 새로운 generation. It's your generation. 새로운 generation. It's your generation. 나로 like 긴 시간 어제와 내일 또 지나 어디까지 갈까 한계치 몰라 무한한 dreamer 열린 꿈 미래를 꿰뚫어 볼 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부터까지 feel so good 난 여기 you and I You're my world 모두 다 스쳐갔던 날 영원한 your generation 너를 나의 미래 너를 담은 내래 No It's your generation 새로운 generation It's your generation 새로운 generation 지나온 어제는 새로운 너를 만나
Welcome back, everybody. And we find ourselves, we had a little bit of a break at the break. Now, will we break ourselves even, or will this be our first sort of, in a way, quick match of the day? 4-2. Weibo, they've been able to get themselves ahead, but Demo, if you had 5 words to describe how this game has played out so far on Border, what would they be?
Oh, that's 6. Hold on. Can I
That
do
was
6?
technically what
Can I
you
do
just
6?
said there was 5 words as well. All that 6, hold on.
Can I do 6 words?
You can do 6 words. I'll let you do it.
I don't want to be here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
If that's 5, it's just I don't want to be it. I'm like, hey man, let's talk about this. 4-2.
It's not the traditional Border experience, I will say.
Telling me a rook in the pockets of speakeasy.
Hey, rook c4 though. Got to
Rook
respect
C4?
it. No ACOG, but as
No,
a c4.
P90.
Probably the weirdest shade. It's probably the weirdest one. It's like rook as a c4. Okay, let's roll with it. It was just very off-brand, you know.
What I want him to do, I mean, I've seen that people do like C4 baits with the armor. They'll just leave like an armor panel in, and then put a C4 underneath it. And because if you're an attacker, it's hard to resist. It's the ultimate trap operator now, is rook.
Or you just go outside and place it down.
Or that.
And do that one as well, rather than leave it in the site.
I mean, anything can happen in this game, so I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
Nice little pick there. Sees the Elamine. And that Elamine was,
just runs through it.
You know what?
And they lost anyway!
Like, it makes no sense what you've just done! Oh!
What is going on?
Like, fellas, you've spot out an Elamine with a Twitch drone, by the way. You've pinged it. You've probably said, "Oh, I'll save the Twitch zap," which is already. Who's saving Twitch zaps?
Okay, let me speak in their defense. I think they wanted to bait it. They wanted to be like, we don't know, we're hit by it. But then it's the responsibility of the cover to get the kill, and they just didn't. The rappel player should just have been like pre-firing the door with the expectation of getting that person. Didn't, so the person was still able to swing. So they've gone, you be the bait, and the rest of the round is played out, and only Labyrinth is left. But it's the equivalent of going, he's being shot out the building.
Jumped in the window, jumped out. Like, look at that as well. Smokes, fire. Oh my. They'll be out
yeah.
window soon. What do you see? I'm just waiting
Oh,
for
they
Turd
will,
to
they will.
get them straight out there.
That's what I was sort of saying. So they were saying, you be the bait, and then they didn't operate on him being the bait, and they just let him die.
There you go. Well, that's a round. That's a round that I will forget. I did say this would be the fun half. Is it's just Weibo on defense? Like, what do you expect? But Arrival 7 are not doing themselves any favors. I think that's the main thing to get across here.
Yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It's yeah. I mean, I guess it's the sort of split of it all where you're looking at a team that just wants to sort of get through this game. There's almost elements where from Arrival 7, I have questions why they wanted to come to border against this team, or sort of leave that in the pool, because this is where they're going to operate super well. Weibo. They love this gameplay, this style, the fact that they can just have fun with it. It's everything that they needed after the 2 games that went away from them. Instead, there's the possibility, you know, maybe Arrival 7 could have gone to something a bit slower, a bit heavier, and a bit clunkier, so if a mistake happens from the side of Weibo, suddenly you get a different sort of split of it. Suddenly you get the different, oh, maybe they'll get in their own heads about this, and you can maybe try and pull some rounds, but I don't know, as they steal a Banshee just on the inside of the archives door. Where will this first engagement? There's no throwing themselves as bait into traps yet.
Yeah.
But it's still early. there's always a chance.
Nobody's died yet, which is good so far. I think I've never seen a match where we've seen so many exterior to interior kills before. Like, especially in that first half, just it felt like half of the kills, maybe even more than half, were just players sat outside. Well, there goes Ape. And again, I believe that is once again another exterior kill and another one. I mean, this is just insane. Just these attackers are just sat outside, firing through soft walls and appearing with kills.
Well, Turd gets one, and suddenly it's just Turd left. No way. Right on to the next, but couldn't quite get the next couple there. They were ready for it, but seemingly only one player entered the building there by the end of it. As you said, they were sat, they were watching and they're waiting. It's 5-3. How long until EML starts?
19 minutes.
Right, we're gonna just lead straight in.
Or, well, not 19, because wait, no, 16 minutes.
Oh yeah, right.
Because obviously we're not in the future.
We're not in the future.
This is live.
This is live.
This is live. Yeah.
Look, someone type something in chat. I can't believe you would type that. 5-3 at this point, and you know it's down to Weibo to pull out. But I'm gonna just reference your stat from earlier about being the best on attack and the worst on defense. There is always the opportunity for this to go south.
Yeah, little Reaps over there, not very good in the defense, and he's start off not very good. A 1-1 at the moment.
All right, the Peeps versus Reaps showdown. Classic Peeps Reaps derby. Okay, tuck the laser there on the corner, so as they try and enter around, and coverage on the window buys themselves just a bit more protection here. Play around. It's still, you know, Denarian, the way you can deny things, although they try to do a little bit of hopped crime there, but unfortunately a bit too bold. Brava for Reaps, who was very protective of his tiny little mirror gadgets. Still just steadily removing kind of just free utility at this point there.
Oh, missed the trip.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the control onto it, and obviously the idea is he can just run out and swing when he wants to. The flashes come through. There goes Arpe. Labyrinth has some cover, but they're almost right on the gadgetry. Now they will see it deactivate when he goes for the swing, but it doesn't matter. He's still able to get one. He's got some support now. Wow. There's two. There's almost 3. He takes a lot of damage on the 3rd. But at this point, they've bought back the man advantage only for a split second. Peeps gets turd, and Hoven gets Peeps. Traded back and forth across break. All of the fighting happening over this position. So Gallet has just gone into the site because why not? They're inside the site. They're both covered here with the plant, trying to find the angle. Too little, too late. They've dropped round the back. Labyrinth gets 1. And Hoven gets them right back. Gallet didn't stick it the first time. And the round's over. I'm waiting for a team kill or something.
Oh, this game is just yeah. Like, to be fair, not a bad idea. You know, on that bomb site, the vent and workshop, like I mentioned, a map like Border, you can't anchor. You need to try and roam, and that was a really good roam hold, I thought, from Weibo. You know, using the trips, I think that was a nice little showcase to the power of that operator. The Flores actually got caught out by the tripwire as well whenever he was pushing up, and then it slowed him down, and that allowed then the easy pre-fire to come in from Reap. So yeah, the Denari, the trip, good showcase there. Again, just constant gunfights outside the map as usual. You know, I've really never seen a game that plays out like that. Both teams just trying to headbutt each other. That's really what it feels like. It's, you know, who's gonna pass out first almost. They've just tried to walk into sight. We've seen there was vert holes anyway for it. That obviously the Warden was able to play on. Sure, you get the plant, but the retake's going to be there. If you looked at the way that site was actually set up, even if you get into the bomb site, you're almost like trapped in there, aren't you, if that diffuser gets placed?
I think it's, yeah, it's just remembering these moments. I had a point that I was going to respond to, and then I just saw that play out again, and it's gone from my brain. Imagine I came up with a really succinct, nice response to what you said. I can't believe you would say that. 6-3. This could be the last round we have of the day. Gallet did find their first kill of this game. Now, we said it at the start of this, he has been the star player for this roster, but is unfortunately unable to start during this showdown. EO, who was huge in the first half as well, has been shut down time and time again. They're going to try and get themselves some pressure here on towards offices, on towards the top of the stairs, but I'm assuming there'll be a swing sooner rather than later, and there's actually Reaps slipping on by. Get to the opposite side of the staircase and hold on towards top east. About to make friends with a blitz, potentially. But a Smoke's a fine person to have this engagement. Now, he is being watched, but it's a known position as the smoke canister goes out. Look at Gallet's health. He's going to have to go for the hop over the top and run his way around. The fire as well is buying them some time. Not the way you're going to get into this building, Arrival 7. Neither is that. There goes one. Looks for the second. Slips out.
Canister deployed.
He actually gets himself all the way wide. Surely not. No. But he's expecting the fight as soon as he finds it. What? No, 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 no. My bloody word. Unbelievable. Gets the collateral. Gets the 5 versus 1. Get us onto the screen of the end of the round, because at this point it's done. Whoa. All of that journey was worth it for that one moment.
You will never see anything like that again. Never. A jiggle, quick peek, one tap, headshot, collateral. That's what he's just got. I'm waiting for the replay.
I won the replay 6 times.
Could not care about any other of these clips. Get that last one up now.
Just give me that previous replay 6 times.
Oh,
no.
I almost had it.
Oh.
Get it up. I need to see the
teased us with it.
Like, oh.
One of them was a blitz. No! Filthy, disgusting, criminal, collateral. God, I love this game. God. That was just filth. Okay, let's bring it back to us and get the end of it before we go into EML. Not soon. What a way for the day to end. What a way for it all to play out. What a strange day of results demo here. With only, what, now 2 more playdays left after the end of this, we have confirmed Elevate in the top 6. Not the top 2 yet, but the other positions still to play for, demo.
Yeah, and obviously a big win for Weibo. It gets them right back up into the pecking order. Potential to, of course, contest for that top 2 with Fury losing today. It leaves that door open. The same with Daystar also losing. So I think massive win there for Weibo. They needed to get those points on the board. And then also, again, you look at Weibo's, matches that they still have to play. They've got SoulsHeart. They've got Daystar. Winnable matches for them also. So yeah, I think honestly Weibo in a really, really good position now in hopes that they can make it into that top 2 as we kind of, I think everyone predicted at the start of the stage.
Well, there it is, obviously. Weibo get themselves back up, as you said. They're able to end the drought and the deficit. Unfortunately, the opposite side for Rival 7, who had the 1 win and then go back to the loss that they otherwise were suffering continually. Latent Dragon, they find themselves falling out of the top 6 as SoulsHeart jump up. But, as I said, there's still, obviously, more playdays left ahead of us. There's still a potential chance at 6 points. Some big traded games and some big opportunities here. So, demo, for the sake of us getting on towards the next playday, I will leave it all at that. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, production, and we will see you very soon.
Now